Hello, hello. Bueno, bueno. Hey, what up, Tabby Tab? Thank you. Highly appreciate that daily heart right there. Let me see who else is up in this piece, if you will. Let me see. Can they hear me on? Okay, they can hear me over there. All right. Looks like we're going to be having the judge today. I don't know her name, but hey, what up, JB? How's it going? What up, Chad? What up? Up in this club. We be clubbing. What up, Bells? How's it going? Course should be starting up shortly, and I would say maybe hopefully the next 5 minutes if they are on time. If they're not on time, then who knows when they'll start this court. So it'd be like that. Hey, thank you. Who's that? JB, thank you for that badge. Highly appreciate that. What's up, Jonathan? Welcome back to a brand new stream here. Let me see. Good. What? You know what, Bells? I'm not even sure yet. I know we're gonna be grilling. Hey, what's up, Brittany? We had a what the what? A murder? What up, Carson? How's it going? Hey, thank you for that daily heart, Cheryl. What up, Billy? Good day. Good, James. Good day. Hello. Hey, what's up, Cheryl? So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the plans are gonna be. Hey, what's up? What's up, Caitlin? How's it going today? I'm not sure what my plans are gonna be. We are gonna be grilling. We're probably not gonna be doing any fireworks just because I don't know. It's just weird this year. Just weird. You know, I love doing fireworks, but this year I'm just not feeling it. They gave him 1 million bond this morning, 5,000 K to get what the was that at 5 a.m. Because I didn't do that 8 a.m. I'm assuming is unless you were watching the 8 a.m. directly through the link. Yeah, man, I couldn't get up, man. I went to sleep like at 5 o'clock in the morning. I thought I had set up the Dade County, and then I looked at it. I was like, oh man, I blew it. But it'd be like that sometimes. Hello, Governor. Now, let me see. Let me get the chat on the screen here. Let me see here. We got this. No, I believe the 11 a.m. Okay, okay. I have to check it out. Let's go ahead and do a precautionary agua to make sure it's working for Carson. Agua, drop one, flush one. All right. Hopefully everybody's doing good today. I got a few days off, so I'll be trying to do these streams. You know, I'll be doing some today and tomorrow. So definitely be on the lookout if you will. Right now, then 2 murders in Florida. What? Damn. It's like everybody's on edge right now. It ain't that serious to take it to that level. All right, we got the chat up on the screen. I got my my homemade Philly cheesesteak that my wife made me. See, Mama? I don't see the exit. Oh my God, I'm done. Tráelo, let me see. They're gonna be watching fireworks. Right, which reminds me, I'm gonna have to take some videos. I could send some videos to the individuals that are in prison. Where's everybody tuning in from? If you guys don't mind sharing before we start up court. Let me see. This is Maricopa. Yes, it is a real life rag doll. This is Maricopa County. De nada. You see, NY State, not the city. Oh, all right, for sure. Jackson, Mississippi. I'm tuning in from TikTok. That's right, California. Hell yeah. We got Alexis coming in from Arizona. What's up, Julia? How's it going? Let me see who else. Yo, what up, AJ? I believe that's the name, AJ. Ohio. Bells coming in from Ohio. Columbus or Cleveland? I think that's the only we got Houston. Okay, okay. Cincinnati. Okay, I think oh, shit. I only know 3 cities from Ohio: Cleveland, Cincinnati, and the other one that I said. I was gonna watch this one alone, but I see you were on, compa. Hey, that's right. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Sabrina, South Indiana? Four Eyes. Gracias. I'm across the pond. That's right. Ragdog coming in from Britain, if you will. Hello, Governor. We got Alex coming in from the UK. Hey, you know what? It is hot today, Julia. It's extremely hot. It's weird. You know what? The weather that we have right now, I would say I call it earthquake weather. But is there going to be an earthquake? No sé. I don't know. I hate earthquakes. Trying to eat up Skibidi, Ohio. I'm trying to get my sandwich on before court starts. I'm currently 6 hours in front of you, almost bedtime. I thought you were 8 hours ahead. I could have swore that you guys are 8 hours ahead. Hey, what up, Cha Cha? Welcome back, Cha Cha. What? Watching from the UK. All right, well, we're going to get into some real life criminals here today. Nobody here has been convicted. They have alleged to commit these crimes. Would you guys be the judge? Do you guys think these individuals are going to be doing the crimes? You guys let me know. And let's play a game. What kind of crimes do you think these individuals are going to be arrested for? What do you think is going to be? Is it going to be some DUIs? Hey, Shotgun, thank you for the daily heart. Highly appreciate that. First one, drug sale. Some orange Joe. Deputy has the man bun going on. Probation violations, DV, drugs, and theft. DUIs ain't shit. Or DWIs. Oh, that's right, Julia. Yeah, that summer heat. Yeah, the people be getting they be getting angry. They begin having that summer anger. Hey, see if you can get someone in Elmore County in what? Let me take a picture of that stuff because I'll forget. Say cheese. Bam, got you guys. All right. Hey, Chrissy, thank you for that daily heart. Highly appreciate that. Lace, thank you for that. Or yeah.
I'm leaving with one.
Okay. That's all. Alabama.
Because Leon was busting my balls.
I saw that. Not guilty.
I'll judge.
Hey, that legal team, that money could buy.
All right.
We good? Mm-hmm. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Did it.
Is that my name?
He's only guilty.
Does it say my name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it does.
Thank you.
It did until like 10 seconds ago.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Wednesday, July 2nd. Do I have a court interpreter on the line?
Yes, Your Honor. Elizabeth Carmona's the court interpreter.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Carmona. If you would please, if you still have it, go ahead and interpret that opening advisement, and then we'll take it from there.
Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Bam, there we go. You guys can see the judge right
Buenas tardes. Esta es la comparecencia inicial de las 2 de la tarde para el miércoles 2 de julio. Soy la comisionada Hughes.
What up,
The court's
Nikki?
orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples issued on the first calendar of July will apply to the hearings on this calendar.
Las órdenes judiciales de la toma de huellas dactilares y pruebas de ADN que se emitieron el 1 de este mes de
What up,
julio corresponden para todas las audiencias agendadas.
As we get started in here this afternoon, I will call each of
What
you
up, Maui?
into the courtroom one at a time.
What up, Hector?
Mientras empezamos aquí esta tarde, le voy a llamar a cada uno para que pase a la sala del tribunal.
I will ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom.
Thank you,
I'll
Tappy
ask the
Tap.
next 2 people I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the 2 chairs right inside this door.
Voy a pedir que se pongan que se ponga una persona atrás del podio gris que se encuentra aquí enfrente de mí, y las siguientes 2 personas que van a ser convocadas después de eso van a estar en línea en estas sillas que se encuentran adentro de la puerta.
If you would please listen carefully for your name and follow from chair 2 to chair 1 into the courtroom, that will make this calendar move much faster.
Si por favor escuchen cuidadosamente su nombre y después de la silla número 2 se mueven a la silla número 1, este proceso va a hacer que la agenda se movilice más rápido.
Once you work your way into the courtroom and you're behind the podium, I will start by asking you to state your full name and date of birth, and then I will explain to you why you're here.
Una vez que pasen a la sala del tribunal, atrás del podio, les voy a pedir que digan su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento, y después les voy a explicar por qué se encuentran aquí.
You all have the right to the assistance of counsel in a criminal case. After I explain why you are here, I will tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, sometimes called a public defender.
Our public pretender in
Todos
those court
ustedes tienen el
tanks.
derecho a la asistencia de un abogado en una causa no penal. Después de que les explique a ustedes por qué se encuentran aquí, les diré si ustedes recaudan los requisitos para que se les nombre un abogado de oficio. A veces se le llama un defensor público.
Whether or not you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, you always have the right to hire a private lawyer to defend you if you wish to.
Si es que recaudan los requisitos para un abogado de oficio, o si no recaudan esos requisitos, siempre tienen el derecho de contratar un licenciado particular que los defienda si es que lo desean.
Hey, thank you, Watch.
After we talk about lawyers, I will give you the next court hearing dates and times that you'll be required to attend after this court hearing.
Después de que le diga sobre los licenciados, les voy a informar a ustedes sobre sus siguientes
Jen and G,
audiencias,
thank you.
el horario
Hey,
y
what
si
up?
que se le
Lovely,
requiere acudir a
love.
su siguiente audiencia.
Love.
And the last thing that we'll do while you're in the courtroom is talk
What
about
up,
whether
8-9?
you are legally eligible for release from custody. If you are, we will go over on what terms and conditions you could be released.
Y por último, mientras se encuentran en la sala del tribunal, vamos a hablar si ustedes recaudan los requisitos o si tienen la elegibilidad legal
We
para
might
ser
have to hear
puestos en
about that,
libertad,
Julia.
y si es que es así, bajo qué disposiciones y condiciones van a ser puestos en libertad.
In addition to that right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent in a criminal case.
Aparte de ese derecho a la asistencia de un licenciado, también tiene el derecho de permanecer en silencio en una causa no penal.
The only thing I heard that he got found out
There
guilty
will not be
on
a
a lot of
lawyer in the
charges.
courtroom this afternoon
Maui.
for purposes of your
I haven't been
defense,
keeping
and
up.
anything that you choose to say in here could be used against you.
No va a haber un licenciado presente en la sala del tribunal esta tarde para el propósito de su defensa. Y cualquier cosa que usted diga aquí, usted puede usar en su contra.
Because you won't have a lawyer in here and because anything you say could be used against you, I will encourage all of you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here.
A roto? A roto?
A razón de que no está un licenciado presente aquí y porque cualquier cosa que usted diga se puede usar en su contra, les insto que no digan ninguna declaración en cuestión a los hechos sobre la razón por qué se encuentran
Better
aquí.
grab your baby oil.
Last thing before we get started is that all of the information that you get
Hey,
while
you
you're
ain't
in the
lying.
courtroom will be given
I might
to
invest in
you
some
in a
baby
written
oil, though.
document called a
Stock
release
market might
order
be
when you're
going
done
up.
in the courtroom and you step back into that
You
room.
heard it here first.
Y por último, antes de
Thank you,
empezar, les informo que van a antes de que la información que se les dé en la sala del tribunal se le va a dar por medio de un documento por escrito, lo cual se llama la orden de sus medidas cautelares. Se les va a proporcionar ese documento una vez que salgan del tribunal.
Hey, thank you, Buckeye.
So please don't feel like you need to memorize the information we go through while you're in the courtroom, but please keep that paperwork with you wherever you go from here.
Entonces, no se sientan obligados en memorizarse toda la información mientras ustedes se encuentran aquí en la sala del tribunal, pero por favor no pierdan esa documentación y llévesela a donde vayan ustedes.
Vato? Did you say vato?
Okay, if you'll all give me one quick second, then we'll get started. I just need to confirm
Johnson
one
and
thing that I
Johnson
may
is
or
gonna
may not
let
need the
Diddy
interpreter
more
for, so if
things
you'll
out.
give me 1 second, we'll go ahead and get started.
Don't forget to send
Si
your
nos
daily
dan un
hearts. Hey, thank you,
segundito,
Shannon.
tengo que confirmar
Appreciate you.
algo antes de empezar. Puede que necesite el intérprete o no, pero denme un momentito para empezar.
She said, Vato. Vato. Do you guys like this judge? Have you guys seen her before? Or do you recognize her voice?
We can go ahead and get started. I know there are 2 matters that I need the interpreter for, so let me get started with those, and then we might add a third. If I could please have Jaime Flores Ponce into the courtroom,
Jaime
Ezekiel Medina-Martinez, if you would
Suarez
take a seat in the chair right
Ponce.
inside this door.
Recognize her voice.
Bueno, entonces vamos a empezar primero con Jaime
Chicago.
Flores, Jaime Humberto Flores y después Ezequiel
What do you think?
Medina.
He's a
Va a estar en la
DUIer,
silla.
rugs, or a woman beater? What do you think is going to be? She seems cool.
Ezekiel Medina-Martinez, if you would move to this chair, please.
Go.
Ezequiel Medina Martínez, ¿puede moverse a esta silla, por favor?
Okay, Mr. Flores Ponce, can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Señor Flores Ponce, ¿me da su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Jaime Humberto Flores Ponce, 15 de enero del 2001.
Jaime Humberto Flores Ponce, January 15, 2001.
I think he's.
Thank you very much, sir. You are
skin
here
free
on
player.
allegations of new charges.
Muchas gracias, señor. Usted se encuentra aquí bajo las presunciones de nuevas imputaciones.
Those allegations are 1 count of aggravated assault, a class 3
Assault.
felony,
Esas presunciones son un cargo de agresión con agravantes, es un delito de clase 3.
1 count of forgery, and 1 count of dangerous drug possession. Those
And
2 are
drugs.
class 4 felonies.
I knew
Un
it.
cargo de falsificación y un cargo de tenencia de drogas peligrosas. Esos dos son delitos de clase 4.
I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I appointed a public defender to represent you.
He determinado que existe motivo fundado para esas presunciones y le he nombrado un abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 8th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown.
Su siguiente audiencia va a ser una junta de actualización que se va a celebrar el 8 de julio. Pardon, interpret, Your Honor. What was July 8th and July 10th, correct?
Correct.
Va a ser el 8 de julio y también va a tener una audiencia preliminar a las 10. Ambas audiencias se van a celebrar a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior del Centro.
I'm not sure if it's for the.
On these allegations, you have a $25,000 secured appearance bond.
En esas presunciones usted tiene una fianza garantizada en el monto de $25,000.
Secured appearance means you can use a bonding company to post that if you choose to.
Una fianza garantizada significa que usted puede
That fool ain't
usar los
going
servicios
nowhere.
de una agencia fiancista para pagar esa fianza si usted lo desea.
If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot have contact with any alleged victims, and you are prohibited from possessing any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription.
violence,
Si es que paga esa
forgery,
fianza y lo ponen en
and
libertad, usted no puede tener contacto con la supuesta víctima y se le prohíbe tener alguna arma, drogas o medicamentos sin receta válida.
Do you understand those conditions?
¿Usted entiende esas condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back to your
He
left and
won't
get your
be.
paperwork.
He won't be watching his
Bueno,
fireworks
gracias,
for
señor. Puede
sure.
pasar a su izquierda y agarrar su documentación.
Can I please have Ezekiel Medina-Martinez into the courtroom behind the podium?
Hey, he might be drinking some Pruno
Ezequiel
though.
Medina-Martinez, por favor, puede pasar a la sala del tribunal atrás del
Better
podio.
sip that bread and the oranges and
Can I please
apples.
have your full name and date of birth?
¿Me da su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Ezequiel Medina Martínez, nací el 17 de enero del 2002.
Ezequiel Medina-Martinez, I was born on January 17,
What do you
2010.
guys think this guy did?
Thank you. You are here on an allegation of a new charge.
Hooch.
Gracias. Se encuentra aquí arrastrando una nueva presunción de una nueva imputación.
That allegation is one count of narcotic drug possession for sale,
You
a
got that,
class
Jen?
2 felony.
And G.
Esa presunción es un cargo de tenencia de estupefacientes para la
Bells.
venta. Es un delito de clase 2.
I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed a public defender to represent you.
What up? It's
He determinado que existe motivo fundado para respaldar esa presunción y le he nombrado un abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 17th and then a preliminary hearing July 21st, both at 8:30 downtown.
Su siguiente audiencia va a ser una junta de actualización que se va a celebrar el 17 de julio y una audiencia preliminar que se va a celebrar el 21 de julio, ambas a las 8:30 en el centro.
On this allegation, based on a written recommendation from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services.
Basada en la recomendación por escrito de la Fiscalía del Condado del Condado de Maricopa, lo voy a poner en libertad bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Control de Procesados.
That means you will be released from custody without having to post a bond, but once you are out of custody, you will be required to contact pretrial services.
Eso significa que va a ser puesto en libertad sin tener que pagar fianza, pero una vez que usted sea puesto en libertad, tiene que contactar a la Agencia de Control de Procesados.
Their contact information will be in a packet that you get with your release paperwork, so please
up, Nava?
keep that packet.
La información de contacto se va a encontrar en la documentación que se le da para su puesta en libertad, entonces por favor no pierda ese paquete.
Once you are out of custody, you are prohibited from possessing any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription.
Una vez que sea puesto en libertad, se le prohíbe tener alguna arma o algún medicamento sin receta válida.
Do you understand those conditions?
¿Usted
Hey,
entiende esas
Chrissy, thank you for
condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back to your left and get your paperwork.
Gracias, señor. Puede pasar a su izquierda y agarrar su documentación.
Okay, Madam Interpreter, those are the only two I had marked as requesting a Spanish interpreter. Before you disconnect, would you please make a quick inquiry of the gallery just to make sure we don't miss
Michelle,
anyone?
thank you
Yes, of
for
course,
that
Your
daily
Honor.
heart.
¿Alguien más en la sala necesita los servicios de interpretación judicial en español?
Nobody has indicated they require assistance. Thank you very much, Ms. Carmona. I appreciate your assistance. You are free to disconnect.
Thank you, Your Honor. The interpreter will be disconnecting. Thank you.
Adios.
Okay, can I please have Frank Arceo into the courtroom behind the podium? Michael Sanborn, if you would please take a seat in the first chair right inside this door. Armando Lopez, if you would please take a seat in the second chair. While you are all lining up, I do need to read one advisement.
Bases are loaded
If you are the
today.
victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, please be advised that you have rights under Arizona law. Those rights, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, the right to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney. You also have the right to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea,
What up,
scheduling,
Dana?
and sentencing. You also have the right to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you a loss.
There's that Dana.
If you are the victim of a crime pending before this court and you have not been provided a written statement of all of the victim's rights under Arizona law, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. Okay, can I please have your name and date of birth?
Frank Louis Arceo, 2298.
Thank you, Mr. Arceo. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of failing to obey a law enforcement officer, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support drug paraphernalia possession and failure to obey, but I did not find probable cause to support narcotic drug possession.
Okay.
My finding of no probable cause does not mean that allegation is legally dismissed. It is possible that the county attorney's office will still file charges on that drug allegation, but what my finding of no probable cause does mean is that I am not considering the narcotic drug allegation for purposes of determining your release conditions here this afternoon. I did appoint a lawyer to represent you, so you will have a public defender. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 9th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. Both of them will be at 8:30 downtown. Because at least one of the allegations that I did find probable cause to support is a felony offense, that drug paraphernalia allegation, and it was allegedly committed while you were on pretrial release in a different felony case, you are not eligible for release on bond. That means you will be held in custody without bail, at least until you have an evidentiary hearing. That hearing will be the same day as your status conference, so it will be July 9th, but it'll be at 1:30 in the afternoon. Between now and that hearing at 1:30 on the 9th, you will be held without bond.
Okay.
Do you understand that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arceo. You can step back and get your paperwork.
You know,
Michael Sanborn, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Armando Lopez, if you would shift over to the first chair, please, and then if I could have Jose Reyes in the second chair.
Damn, bases loaded. Hey, so I don't think I've ever seen anybody walk up here in shackles. I know in
Can I have
Pima,
your name and date
I
of birth,
have.
please?
Michael Sanborn.
What up, Joe?
November 23rd, 1985.
Thank you, Mr. Sanborn. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, that's a Class 5 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor, and then 1 count of reckless driving, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 9th at 8:30 in the morning, and then a preliminary hearing July 10th, also at 8:30. Because at least one of the allegations supported by probable cause is a felony offense alleged to have been committed while you were on pretrial release in a different felony case, you are not eligible for release on bond. That means you will be held in custody without bail, at least until you have an evidentiary hearing. That hearing will take place July 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I have 2 children at home.
So
I'm responsible for.
here's the deal. I don't have the authority under Arizona law to do anything other than hold you without bond. So if you have children at home that are unprovided for because you're staying in custody until the 9th, what you will want to do is contact the DCS hotline, the Department of Child Safety hotline. It is their responsibility to ensure for the welfare of children. So if there truly is nobody that can care for those children between now and the 9th when you have that hearing, you'll want to make sure that you reach out to DCS so that somebody is providing for those children.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Sanborn?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Armando Lopez, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Sisto Ramirez, if you would please work your way to that second chair.
That's right, Ava.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Armando Frank Lopez, September 12, 1984.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug case. In that case, you already have a lawyer assigned to defend you. That lawyer will continue to represent you. Your next court hearings in that existing case will be a status conference July 9th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th, both at 8:30 downtown. On that warrant, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. You're also here on an allegation of a new offense. That allegation is one count of dangerous drug possession. It's a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation, and I appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings in that case will be in part the same as your hearings on the existing case. So you'll have a status conference
Arizona.
the 9th and a preliminary hearing the 10th. Those are the two that will be the same in both cases. The difference is that on that new allegation, because it is a new felony allegation alleged to have been committed while you were on release in that existing felony drug case, on the new allegation, you're not eligible for release on bond, at least until you have an evidentiary hearing. So on that new allegation, you'll have one additional hearing. It will be an evidentiary hearing July 9th. It'll be at 1:30 in the afternoon. Because you will not be bond eligible on the new allegation, at least until after that hearing on the 9th, you should wait until you go to that hearing in the afternoon on the 9th before attempting to post the bond on that existing case. Do you understand that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lopez. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Damn, that was...
Jose Reyes, if you would please work your way into the
His collar on his shirt is blown out.
Aaron Tran, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
I couldn't wear a shirt like that.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jose Alfredo Reyes, 11773.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 15 of your probation. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you in the probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing. It is scheduled for July 9th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. And on that warrant, the probation judge has indicated that you are not eligible for release on bond. That means you will be held in custody without bail, at least until you see the probation judge July 9th at 8:30. Do you understand that information?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. You can step back.
This fool ain't trippy. That was a regular.
Sisto Ramirez, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
I'm sure that fool, he's been doing the frequent flyer program system since the 80s.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Sisto Ramirez, 9763, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. You are here on three different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a bench warrant. Well, the first two matters. The first and second matters you're here on are bench warrants issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at trial management conferences in two different existing cases. The first one is the case involving aggravated assault, discharging a firearm in the city limits, and misconduct involving weapons.
Have you talked to Javi?
The second case looks like a felony drug case. In both of those cases, you have a lawyer already assigned to represent you. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearing in those two existing cases will be July 10th at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those two existing cases, you have a total secured appearance bond of $11,000. It's $10,000 on the misconduct involving weapons case and then $1,000 on the felony drug case. On the third and final matter you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are one count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those two new allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you on those new allegations. You don't yet have a lawyer, so I've given you one. You'll have a lawyer in all three cases. Your next court hearings on those two new drug allegations will be a status conference July 9th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. All those hearings so far will be at 8:30 and they'll all be in the Superior Court downtown. Because those new drug allegations are felony offenses alleged to have been committed while you were on pretrial release in those two existing cases, you're not eligible for release on bond on the new allegations. That means you will be held in custody without bond at least until you have an evidentiary hearing. That hearing is scheduled for July 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Because you will not be eligible for release on bond in that case, at least until after that hearing, you should wait until after that hearing, see what happens before you attempt to post the bond in the other cases. Do you understand that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
you guys are talking about that one kid that wears that orange suit or the red suit that has that
Fran, if you would
the
please
Edgar
work
haircut.
your way into the courtroom.
Yeah, I seen the pop-up on my FYP.
Ellis, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
Out of Texas,
Can I have
right?
your name and date of birth, please?
Aaron Tran.
Hey, what kind of shirt is that?
2003.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of domestic animal cruelty.
What?
That is a Class 5 felony. One count of assault, a Class 3, two counts. 2 counts of assault, both Class 3 misdemeanors. So 1 animal cruelty, a Class 5 felony, 2 assault, Class 3 misdemeanors. I did find probable cause to support all 3 of those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 8th, and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. Is that right? Everybody else.
That's like a girl shirt, isn't it? Isn't that like a spaghetti strap? If I'm not mistaken.
So status conference July 8th, and then a preliminary hearing July 10th.
I mean, I'm not no fashion guru or nothing, but something's off about that shirt.
On those allegations, you have a $15,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond, you will be released from custody under the supervision of pretrial services. If you post that bond and you are released, you are ordered not to return to the scene where any of the allegations giving rise to any of these charges took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims, the complainant, or any witnesses. You cannot possess any weapons. You cannot consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription.
It's common?
If any orders of protection have been or are later served upon you, you must strictly comply with the terms of those orders of protection. And you may not possess any domestic animals. You cannot reside at a location where there are domestic animals, and you cannot be alone in the presence of any domestic animal. Do you understand
Sometimes you gotta
all of
wear
those
whatever
conditions?
you can find.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tran. You can step back and get your.
What do you grab? His mom's shirt?
Daniel Salas, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
That shirt's not it right there.
If you would please work your way
that shirt is
to the
definitely
second
not
chair.
it. Oh, how times have changed.
Behind this gray podium, if you would please, sir. Thank you. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Lopez Salas, date of birth March 16, 1979.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of criminal trespassing. It is a Class 6 felony. 1 count of interfering with judicial proceedings, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of resisting arrest, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 8th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On those allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot return to the scene where the underlying events allegedly took place. You cannot have contact with the complainant or any alleged witnesses. You are also prohibited from possessing any weapons or from consuming any drugs without a valid prescription if you're released. And whether or not you are released from custody, you are ordered to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection, if any have been or are later served upon you. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Salas.
Hey, wetsuit man.
Your paperwork.
All right.
Jesse and David told me to tell you that they tried calling you a
Come
few
on back till
times.
we get you on the recording.
And
no, right there. You're good.
You didn't
Just
pick
come
up.
back to
I
the
think
mic. Yep.
on okay, yeah, just one question.
Saturday or Sunday.
So it's $5,000 if I'll be able to get released today. So I have to come up with how much of that?
Well, so that depends. If you want to pay less than the full $5,000, you'll have to make that arrangement with a bonding company, and that would be an agreement you make individually with the bonding company.
Okay.
If you're interested in exploring that option, back in the jail facility, there's a list of bonding companies and their phone numbers posted in various different places. You can find one of those lists and use any of the phones in the jail to call 1, 2, or all of them if you want to, and then you can see what their requirements might be.
All right, and then that's generally how much of my I pay a portion, right?
Yeah, so my general understanding is that most bonding companies require somewhere between 10% and 20% down, and then they require collateral on the back end. But I don't want to quote you a number and be wrong.
All right.
But yes, most bonding companies will allow you to pay a percentage, and then you have to pledge collateral.
So if I'm not able to post bond, I'm gonna have to stick around in this jail till my next court date.
If you don't post that bond, you'll stay in custody until your next court date. You won't stay here in this facility. You'll be transferred to a facility that's more permanent. It'll have beds. It'll have hopefully better food.
All right.
But you'll stay in custody until at least your first hearing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? All right. Thank you, sir. You can step back now. Jaimani Ellis, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Cortez Murray, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
Hopefully better food.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jaimani Ellis, April 5th, 99.
Did he say J
Mr.
Money?
Ellis, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of preventing or interfering with the use of a telephone in an emergency. That's a Class 2 misdemeanor.
Domestic violence.
And the second is 1 count of assault, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of release conditions on these allegations. That lawyer will be appointed for you by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. Can you check this one?
I thought it was going to be a DV case.
Surprise, but it has the superior one. Your next court hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing. It's going to take place in the Surprise Municipal Court, and I'm just waiting for the date here. I'll give that to you before you leave the podium. On these allegations, based on a written recommendation that I received from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, you do have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you are ordered not to return to the scene where the underlying events giving rise to these allegations took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses of the underlying allegations. You cannot possess any weapons. You cannot consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. And if any orders of protection have been served upon you or are later served upon you, you will have to strictly comply with the terms of those orders of protection. Okay, so your next hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing July 8th at 1:30 in the afternoon in the Surprise Municipal Court. That date, time, address, and phone number for that court will be in your paperwork. We're going to get it edited because it's not right now, so we'll get your court hearing edited on that paperwork and bring it out to you so you'll have it, the correct date, time, address, and phone number in your paperwork. Okay, do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. If you'll take a step back to your left, we'll bring your paperwork out to you here when it's corrected. Well, hold on. We got to correct that.
Next! Step to the left. And for those of you that are not aware, I do
Isaiah Springs, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Desiree Gonzalez, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99.
Date of birth, please.
Are you out of your mind?
Des Moines Springs, April 14, 1992.
Thank you, Mr. Springs. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, 1 count of dangerous drug possession. Those two are both class 4 felonies. 1 count of resisting arrest and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession. Those last two are class 6 felonies. I did find probable cause to support all of these allegations with the exception of the dangerous drug allegation. I did not find probable cause to support that allegation. My finding of no probable cause on that dangerous drug allegation does not mean it's legally dismissed. It is still possible that the county attorney's office will file a charge on that, but I am not considering that allegation for purposes of determining your release conditions. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 8th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On the allegations supported by probable cause, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot go back to the scene where the underlying events allegedly took place, and you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Springs. You can step back and get your paperwork. Cortez Murray, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Daniel Galindo, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Cortez Murray, July 14, 2003.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new offenses. Those allegations are 2 counts of disorderly conduct and 1 count of assault. They are all misdemeanor allegations. I did find probable cause to support those allegations. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of release conditions on those new allegations. That lawyer will be appointed for you by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. On those new allegations, your next hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 9th. It'll be at 8:30 in the Goodyear Municipal Court. On the new allegations, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is an allegation that those new charges violated term 1 of your probation. In the probation case, I have appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing in the probation matter will be a revocation arraignment hearing July 9th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On the probation warrant, you have a $2,000 secured appearance
We're doing
bond.
job interviews
So
for
your
Amazon.
total bond for both cases will be $2,500. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot go back to the scene where the alleged new allegations took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses of those underlying new allegations. You cannot possess any weapons, drugs without a valid prescription, or alcohol if you're released. And whether or not you are released, you are ordered to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection if any have been or are later served upon you. Do you understand those conditions?
Nah, this is regular court.
Sure.
What was the dates of the court date?
They're the same.
The regular
so they're
Joe
both
here.
the July 9th at 8:30. So here's what I will encourage you to do. If you don't post that bond and you're still in custody, MCSO is likely going to transport you to the probation court.
Hey, thank you,
What that means is you will
Buff.
miss the hearing in Goodyear, Buckeye, where did I say it was? Goodyear. So if you stay in custody, you will likely get transported downtown for your probation hearing. You will miss your Goodyear hearing. So what you would want to do is either use the phone number in your paperwork to call the Goodyear court before the 9th and see if they'll move that date, or call them immediately after your probation hearing because they will likely issue a warrant for your arrest. So if you can catch it in time, get that hearing moved, or catch them before they issue the warrant and get
Ain't
that
nobody
hearing
gonna move his
scheduled, then you
date.
won't have to deal with that.
Knock it off.
If you post the bond, you still have to deal with the fact that your hearings are the same. So either way, what you should probably do is contact the Goodyear court and ask them if they'll move either the time or date of that hearing for you.
Y'all got a list of that or somewhere I could
It's
find
going to be
that?
in your paperwork, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murray. You can step back and get your paperwork.
They're waiting to
Desiree
spread-
Gonzalez, if you would please work your
Send
way
spread.
into the
Hit
courtroom. Jenny Dang, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
So for anybody's wondering, this
Can
is
I have your name and
Maricopa
date of
County.
birth, please?
Desiree Gonzalez, 4/8/1982.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. You are here on 2 bench warrants. The first one was issued when you failed to appear at a probation non-witness violation hearing. The second was issued when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony theft of a credit card case. In both of those cases, you already have a lawyer assigned to defend you. The lawyer assigned to defend you will continue to represent you. Your next court hearing in the probation matter will be a new non-witness violation hearing, July 9th at 8:30. Your next hearings on the existing felony case will be a status conference the 8th at 8:30 and then a preliminary hearing the 10th at 8:30. So you're going to have hearings 3 days in a row, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th, all at 8:30 downtown.
Okay.
On the probation warrant, you have a $1,000 cash-only bond. On the felony warrant, you have a $1,500 secured appearance bond. So your total bond is $2,500. $1,000 of that is cash only. If you post that and you are released, in addition to getting yourself to all of your next court hearings, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or drugs without a
Failure to
valid
appear.
prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
And I think
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. You can step back and get your paperwork.
stolen credit card or something.
Daniel Galindo, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Tanya Henson, if you would
Three
please
failure
work your
to
way to the
appears?
second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
I'm Daniel Fred Galindo, 11/02/87.
Say your date of birth for me one more time, please.
11/2/87.
What?
Your birthday is November 2nd,
Yeah.
not February 11th.
No, November 2nd, 87.
November 2nd of 87.
Maricopa County. Come again.
Give me just 1 second.
What's up with this? He kind of looks like a young Charles Manson, if you
It's
will.
right on the warrant. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Galindo. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of dangerous drug possession. It is a class 4 felony. I have found probable cause to support that new allegation, and I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings on that allegation will be a status conference July 8th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. Those 2 will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that new drug allegation, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. You are also here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I've appointed a lawyer to defend you in those probation proceedings. Your next court hearing in the probation matter will be July 9th at 8:30. So you will have hearings the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th, all at 8:30 downtown. On the probation warrant, you have a $750 secured appearance bond. So your total bond will be $1,000. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Galindo. You can sit back and get your paperwork.
That fool looks like he's been walking through the desert
Jenny
for
Dang,
hours.
if you would please
maybe
work
even
your way
days.
into the courtroom. Taryn Roan, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
Hey, what up? What up, Tiff? How's it going? Hey, Ava, yeah, I read your messages. Yeah, I'm with you on that. People that abuse
Can I have your
animals.
name and date of birth, please?
No bueno.
Dang, 4/14/93.
Thank you, Ms. Dang. You are here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug
She
case.
has house slippers
You
on.
have a lawyer already assigned to you in that case. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearing will be a status conference July 8th. It'll be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $500 cash-only bond.
It is a girl.
If you post that and you are released from custody, in addition to getting yourself to your hearing on July 8th, you are ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Okay. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dang. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Tanya Henson, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
Hey, you're driving,
Daniel
Boyd?
Hoffman,
You're listening
if
to
you would
this?
please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Tanya Henson, 10/27/84.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing. It will be July 9th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Henson. You can step back and get your paperwork. Taryn Roan, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jesse Garduno Clif, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
Damn, they're going full time right now with all these cases.
Can I have your name and date of birth,
she has no shoes on.
Taryn Lane Roan, September 30th, 1995.
Thank you, Ms. Roan. You are here on a probation violation warrant.
Arizona.
A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated term 5.
Nice.
I have appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing July 9th. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Boy.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roan. You can step back and get your paperwork. Daniel Hoffman, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Zyvan Salt,
Amanda, thank
if
you.
you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Daniel Hoffman, 07/13/04.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. You are here on an arrest warrant that was issued after a direct complaint was filed. A direct complaint is a written document that alleges new allegations against you. Allegation, there's only one. The allegation in that direct complaint is one count of discharging a firearm in the city limits. It is a class 6 felony alleged to have been committed March 27th of 2024. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you against that allegation. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 17th and then a preliminary hearing July 21st. They're both going to take place at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, meaning you would not have to post a bond to be eligible for release, but upon release, you would be responsible for voluntarily attending both of your next court hearings, and you would be responsible for contacting pretrial services.
This fool going here willy-nilly with a strap.
In the packet with your release order. If I were to do that, you would also be ordered not to possess any weapons upon release or any drugs without a valid prescription. Okay, Mr. Hoffman, do you understand all of those conditions, and would you agree to abide by them?
What up, Nicole?
Okay, then I will release you to pretrial services. Please keep the packet that you get with your paperwork, because you'll have to call them as soon as you're out of custody.
I got one question. That's only for this case, though, right?
I'm sorry?
That's only for this case?
That's only for the direct complaint alleging discharging a firearm in the city limits.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hey, if anybody ever goes
Jesse
to Arizona,
Garduno Clif, if you would please work
proceed
your
with
way
caution.
into the courtroom.
Extreme caution.
Yui Huang, if you'd work your way to the second chair.
I don't live in Arizona. What up?
May I
What up,
please have your
Cannon
name and date of
626?
Jesse James Garduno Clif, September 15th,
It was nice.
2004.
Thank you very much. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of assault and 1 count of criminal damage. They are both misdemeanor allegations. I have found probable cause to support those allegations.
Jesse James.
You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. That lawyer will be appointed for you at your next court hearing. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 22nd. It'll be at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Santan Justice Court. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance with several conditions. First, you would be required to voluntarily attend your next court hearing July 22nd at 9 o'clock in the morning. If I am to release you without requiring you to post a bond, you would also be ordered upon release not to return to the scene where the underlying alleged events took place. You could not have any contact with any alleged victims or witnesses. You would also be prohibited from possessing any weapons or consuming any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. And if any orders of protection have been or are later served upon you, you would be required to strictly comply with the terms of those orders. This would mean that you would not be authorized to reside at the same location as any alleged victim. Do you understand all of those conditions? And if I am to release you, do you agree that you will abide by them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good.
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
When the court things are done, am I allowed back there? Because that's my fiance and we own the house together.
That will be up to the Santan judge and the conditions at your next hearing. So for right now, these orders will be in place between now and at least your first hearing on the 22nd. What happens after that going forward will be up to you, your lawyer, and the court, potentially any alleged victims. So that will all be determined at your next court hearing on the 22nd.
Hey, what up,
But
Lynn?
between now and the 22nd, please don't make any contact. After that, you might be able to have contact depending on what the Santan judge says. Okay, any other questions?
Oh, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Zyvan Salt, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Tanya McKinnon, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
I heard a toilet. Hey, I heard that.
Okay,
I heard
sir.
about that, Roddy.
I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Can you give it to me, please, and give me your date of birth?
Zyvan Salt, 8/13/03.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Okay, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support these allegations. Because they are misdemeanor offenses, the nature of these charges does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer. What that means is if you wish to have a lawyer defend you against these allegations, you'll have to hire a lawyer at your own expense.
Is that a toilet?
Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 22nd. It will be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the Buckeye Municipal Court. Mr. Salt, I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance with several conditions. First, I will order you not to return to the scene where the underlying alleged events took place. I will also prohibit you from having contact with any alleged victim of any of the underlying offenses. You also could not, upon release, possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. You would be required to comply with the terms of any orders of protection if any have been or are later served upon you. These orders would mean that you could not reside at the same location as any alleged victim. Do you understand all of those conditions, and do you agree that you will abide by them if you are to be released?
Michelle, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Salt. Then I will release you. That will mean that you will be responsible for getting yourself to your next hearing on the 22nd at 2 o'clock in the Buckeye Municipal Court. And you'll have that date, the time, the address, and the phone number for that court in your paperwork. So please make sure you keep that.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Salt. You can step back and get your paperwork. You or Wei Huang, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
I can't even say that because my wife will probably come running through the door right
work
now.
your way to the second chair. Okay, my apologies if I mispronounced your name. Can I ask you to please state it and give me your date of birth?
February 5, 1979.
And what's your name?
Biddy Huang.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wong. You are here on an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. A direct complaint is a written document that alleges new allegations against you. The allegations in that direct complaint are 1 count of theft or being in control of stolen property, that is a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of obstruction by refusing your true name, that is a Class 2 misdemeanor. These offenses, according to the direct complaint, were committed between February 11th and February 12th of 2025. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 17th and then a preliminary hearing July 21st. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, which means you would be released from custody. You would then be required to get yourself to both of your next court hearings. If I were to release you, you would also be required not to have any contact with any alleged victims or witnesses of the offenses, and you could not possess any drugs without a valid prescription or consume any alcohol if you were released. Do you understand those conditions and agree that you will abide by them if you're released?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wong. Then you will be released. You can step back
Harris
and
County
get your
sounds familiar. Is that that's
Tanya McKinnon?
that's
if you would
Texas,
please work
right?
your way into the courtroom. Christopher
Hey, what up,
Evans,
Kimberly?
if you would please work your way to the second chair.
Is that the judge with the bow tie?
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Tanya McKinnon, 2/21/1970.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
have done it.
McKinnon. You are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the University Lakes Justice Court. It looks
Fletcher?
like the underlying allegations in that case are all misdemeanors. 1 is consuming liquor in public, 1 is a prescription drug violation, and 1 is possession of drug paraphernalia. Because this is a misdemeanor case, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. If you don't already have a lawyer working with you,
gotta get
in
a
that
second
case,
phone.
if you want one, you will have to hire a lawyer to represent you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Your next court hearing on this warrant will be an arraignment hearing. It is scheduled for July 22nd at 1:30, and it'll be in the University Lakes Justice Court.
Okay.
I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, which means you would be released from custody. You would then be responsible for getting yourself to that hearing on the 22nd, and you would be ordered not to possess or consume any alcohol or
Ooh, thank
drugs
you.
without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions and agree that you will abide
Thank
by
you,
them
no
if
face.
you're released?
I do. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McKinnon. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
James Blackwell, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jacob Kuhn, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
So the people that have to hire their own lawyers is because their crime doesn't carry
Can I have
any
your name and date
jail
of birth,
time.
please, sir?
James Blackwell, January 30th, 1965.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. You are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the University Lakes Justice Court. The underlying allegation in that case is criminal trespassing. It is a misdemeanor allegation. Because it is a misdemeanor allegation, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. If you don't already have a lawyer but you want one, you will have to hire one at your own expense. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 22nd. It'll be at 1:30 in the afternoon in the University
Washington, I
Lakes
haven't
Justice
done, no.
Court. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, which means you would be released from custody and then responsible for getting yourself to that court hearing on the 22nd. You would also be ordered not to return to the scene where the alleged trespassing offense took place if you know where that is, and you could not possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions, Mr. Blackwell, and do you agree that you will abide by them if you're released?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Where was I to go to court?
I'm sorry?
Where am I to go to court?
The court is going to be in the University Lakes Justice Court. The address for that court will be in your paperwork, but it is on Chicago Street in Chandler.
Where's Chandler?
It's like the southeastern valley.
Can I take a bus there?
Probably. I don't know for sure, but I
Wait,
believe
what?
there are city buses that go down that far.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blackwell. You can step back and get your paperwork.
This is live American court.
Christopher Evans, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
I'm assuming you're not from the U.S., so this is a court being streamed. This is live. This is happening in real time.
While I'm doing this one, would you mind clearing the gallery?
This is the state of
He can stay, and then the
Arizona,
last one
the
can
city
stay,
of
but everybody else will need to
Phoenix, the county of Maricopa,
can I have your name and date of
if
birth?
you will.
Christopher M. Evans, January 12th of 77.
Thank
What
you,
up,
Mr.
Magical?
Evans. Okay, I have you on the calendar here this afternoon on an arrest warrant issued by the state of Illinois.
Okay.
Before you were put on a court calendar here in Arizona confirmed with Illinois that is a valid warrant. Illinois has indicated that they are willing to extradite you, which means Illinois authorities want to come to Arizona and take you back to Illinois.
Okay.
Unlike everybody else, your hearing's going to look a little bit different because unlike everybody else that's already gone, you will have a choice to make.
Okay.
So I will go through what your two options are. I will then give you an opportunity to ask any questions you might have about the two options, and then at the very end, I'll ask you which one you're going to choose.
Okay.
All right. So first question I have for you is, did you get that big laminated card to review?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you read through it?
Yes.
Okay. As I indicated, you will have two, and you will have a choice between two options.
Okay.
So because your warrant was issued by a different state, from the state of Illinois, you can either choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing here in Arizona, or you can choose to demand to have an extradition hearing. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, I'm going to call this option 1, but it's not, there's no, it doesn't say 1 and 2 on that card.
Okay.
I'm just going to do it to kind of keep them separate.
Okay.
So option 1 is you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing. If you choose that option, you are not waiving any rights or defenses you have to whatever the criminal case in Illinois is. You are only waiving your right to an extradition hearing, and you're agreeing that Illinois authorities can come to Arizona and you'll go back with them. If you pick that option, you will be held in custody here in Maricopa County without bond for up to 30 days to give Illinois an opportunity to come get you.
Okay.
So option 1 is you waive your right to an extradition hearing, you stay in custody for up to 30 days.
Okay.
I should tell you that 30-day time period, if you pick option 1, will start ticking tomorrow. So tomorrow would be day 1, unless you have criminal charges that are unresolved pending somewhere in Arizona. If you have pending Arizona criminal charges, that day 1, the 30-day time clock will not start ticking until your local charges reach disposition. Okay. Option 2, if you don't pick option 1, option 2 is you can demand to have an extradition hearing held here in Arizona.
Okay.
In Arizona, extradition proceedings are civil, not criminal. That means I could not appoint a lawyer to represent you in the extradition proceedings, but I'll tell you two things. One, first, you have the right to hire a lawyer if you want to have a lawyer represent you and appear and make statements on your behalf in the extradition proceedings. There is also a public defender that sits in on extradition proceedings. That public defender would not appear before the judge and represent you, but would be available to answer any questions you might have about the process.
Okay.
So you have that sit-in public defender to ask questions about what's happening and what's going on in the proceedings, and you also have the right to hire a lawyer that would appear before the judge and represent you. If you elect to have that extradition hearing, I would set that hearing for July 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon. Because the Illinois warrant in this case alleges an offense of escape and is a parole violation warrant, it's a post-disposition warrant, you're not eligible for release on bond even if you pick option 2. In option 2, the end result is getting warrants signed by the governors of both Arizona and Illinois. Once the governors of both states each sign a warrant, that's what obligates Arizona to release you to Illinois, what authorizes Illinois to come to Arizona and take you back. The process of getting a governor's warrant signed from that initial hearing on the 21st could take up to 90 days. You would remain in custody that whole time period. The difference on the timing is in option 1, it was 30 days. I don't know if you have criminal charges pending in Arizona, but if you do, in option 1, you would have to wait till they're resolved plus 30 days. If you pick option 2, that 90-day time period would run concurrently with your local charges. So if you have Arizona charges pending that are not yet at disposition and you still have court hearings scheduled in those cases, that time period would run at the same time as the 90 days. Okay,
He ain't
do
going
you
anywhere.
understand the two options?
He's stuck between a rock and a hard
Do you have
place.
questions about either option?
So since it's a IDOC, I got no bond in, no bonds.
What up, Gino?
On
Is
it.
IDOC Illinois Department of Corrections? Yeah, so because it is, well, this, you're not eligible for release on bond for 2 reasons on this warrant. One is that it's DOC, it's a post-conviction warrant, so it looks like it's a parole violation allegation. But 2, the alleged offense in the warrant is a felony escape allegation, which is in and of itself a category that Arizona says you cannot be bondable on that charge.
All right.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, do you know which option you would like to pick?
I'll pick one.
You want to waive your right to an extradition hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, because you are electing to waive a right that you are legally entitled to, I do need to ask you some questions to make a record of that.
Okay.
The only thing I ask is that you answer them out loud as opposed to shaking or nodding your head. You've
Okay.
been doing great, but I just need you to keep doing that. Okay, did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork on that big card?
Yes.
Do you understand you do not have to sign the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand you have the right to demand an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer if you elected to have an extradition hearing?
Yes.
He was actually picked up on the
Do you understand
street.
you have the right to demand that governors of both Arizona and Illinois sign an extradition warrant before you could involuntarily be extradited?
Yes.
Do you want me to rephrase that? That was so awkward.
Yeah.
Okay. What that means is if you demand to have an extradition hearing, the governors of both states have to sign a warrant before you could be sent back to Illinois.
Okay.
If you waive your right to an extradition hearing, no warrants are sought. You're just agreeing to go back.
Okay.
So do you understand that if you don't just agree, governor's warrants would be required?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree to waive the right to get those warrants signed?
Yeah.
Are you sure? You don't have to waive.
Right. Does this time count that I'm incarcerated? That'll count for there too?
It depends on Illinois law. If you were incarcerated in Illinois and you were serving or sentenced to something in Arizona, you would be entitled to that under Arizona law. I don't know about Illinois law.
Okay.
But if that's something that you're concerned about, I would say probably don't waive now. Get that question answered. You can always waive later.
Okay.
But that's up to you. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. But on that note, if you decide to waive your right to an extradition here in this hearing today, you cannot undo that.
Okay.
So if you waive your right to an extradition hearing and you wake up tomorrow and you say, oh, shoot, I shouldn't have done that. I should have had a hearing. It's kind of too bad, so sad.
Okay.
But if you do not waive today and you set that, and I set that extradition hearing, if you wake up tomorrow and go, oh man, I probably should have just waived, you have the right to waive at your extradition hearing on the 21st.
Okay.
The only thing is your 30-day time period then wouldn't start until the 22nd.
Okay.
But so you can always decide to waive later, but you can't undo a waiver once you make it. Okay, so do you still want to waive or do you want to have the hearing?
I'll just wait and have the hearing.
Okay. All right, then I will set that extradition hearing for July 21st at 1:30. You will be held in custody. You do have the right to contact either an Arizona lawyer or an Illinois lawyer. I don't know if you have a lawyer appointed to you in Illinois. If you do, you might want to reach out to them and see kind of what they say about credit for time served. You might even be able to run the idea by your Illinois lawyer and say, hey, I have a hearing on the 21st. Should I waive then? They might be able to give you actual legal advice on what's best for you. Otherwise, you can always contact a lawyer here in Arizona. You could also ask questions that you have of the public defender at that extradition proceeding.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for me before I print your paperwork?
No.
Okay, then I will get your paperwork finalized and printed. We didn't have yours pre-printed because we didn't know what you were going to pick, so we'll get it printed and we'll bring it out.
Okay, all right.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Evans.
Supposedly, I heard he got found not guilty. Hey, just a warning: this next guy that's coming up right now, or woman, is gonna be probably some awful charges. So if you ever had like any traumatic experiences in your life.
Number 6, Africa Ariza Leon, date of birth 6/21/79, is not in the courtroom because she poses a danger to herself or others. She is here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against her are 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of interfering with judicial proceedings, a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 3 counts of disorderly conduct, all Class 1 misdemeanors. I did find probable cause to support those allegations. I appointed a public defender to represent her. Her next court hearings will be a status conference July 8th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those allegations, she has a $20,000 secured appearance bond. Number 1 on the calendar, D'Angelo Signs, date of birth 11/27/2007, is not in the courtroom because his presence in the courtroom would endanger himself or others. He is here on 2 different matters. The first is a grand jury warrant. That grand jury warrant alleges 1 count of theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of being a minor carrying a firearm, a Class 6 felony. I did appoint a lawyer to defend him against those allegations. His next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 9th at 8:30. On the grand jury warrant, he has a $10,000 secured appearance bond. He's also here on an allegation that the grand jury charges constitute Term 1 probation violation warrants. I appointed a lawyer for him in that case. His next hearing in the probation
Hey guys,
matter
I gotta
will be
go, but if you
revocation
want to continue
arraignment July
watching
9th
them,
at
leave the stream
8:30.
up. If you
On
want to
the
go
probation
ahead and
matter,
check
he
us
has
out
a
at CollectCallFrom on
$2,500
YT,
secured appearance
at
bond, making
CollectCallFrom.
his total
I gotta
bond
go, all right? Hey, I do appreciate you guys.
$52,500.
I'll catch you guys in the next one. I'll probably be back,
Okay, can I
at
please
8
have
p.m.,
Jacob
all right?
Kuhn, if I'm
And with that,
pronouncing
I'm
it
out.
correctly, in the courtroom? Okay, good afternoon, sir. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Can you please tell me what it is and give me your date of birth?
Jacob Guthrie Keene, 8/16/74.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Keene. I apologize again for getting that wrong. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of luring a minor for sexual exploitation, that is a Class 3 felony, 1 count of furnishing obscene materials to a minor, that is a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of public sexual indecency in the presence of a minor. Those are both Class 5 felonies. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 8th and then a preliminary hearing July 10th. They will both be at 8:30. They'll both be in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $150,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond, Arizona law requires that you be released to pretrial services with an ankle monitor for electronic monitoring. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot have contact, physical or otherwise, with the alleged victim or any alleged witnesses. You also cannot have contact with any other minors. If you are released from custody, you are also ordered not to possess any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. And whether or not you are released from custody, if any orders of protection or orders against harassment have been served upon you or are later served upon you, you will be required to strictly comply with the terms of those orders. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Keene. You can step back and get your paperwork. Okay, that concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar, right? None of those juveniles are for me, right? Okay, this court will stand in recess until 5 p.m. Okay. Good afternoon. This is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for July 2nd, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you heard in the recording, please remember this is being broadcast as well as recorded, so please do not speak about the facts of your case. And this hearing is for us to go through what are the allegations, if you will be appointed an attorney, when your next hearing might be, and what your release conditions could be. I'll call people one at a time. I'll say the first name to come up to the podium, and then I'll say a second name. Please sit in the chair by the door. Will Cardell Bolden please come to the podium? Vincent Perez, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
It's Cardell Bolden, 11/5/1975.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. It has been alleged that you had a dangerous drug in possession, which is a Class 4 felony, and then drug paraphernalia Class 6 felony. You were already here, and so you were on felony release. So today you are not eligible for bond. However, there is an attorney appointed for you today, and you do have a hearing coming up. First, there will be a status conference on July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. Then there'll be an evidentiary hearing about whether or not you should be able to have bond. That's on July 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. These are downtown. All this information will be printed on your paperwork, and you can get that if you step to your left.
Thanks.
Vincent Perez, please come to the podium. Christopher Michael, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Vincent Angel Perez, 5/3/2005.
You're here today on two different matters. One is a new matter, and then one is a warrant. The first matter is a new Superior Court case. It has been alleged that you were in possession of dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed for you. However, because this is a violation of your probation, you're not eligible for release today, and you violated Term 1 of your probation, which is not to have any new allegations of criminal activity. Your second matter is a Superior Court probation violation warrant, and that was for a Class 6 felony. You have a hearing coming up on that on July 9th at 8:30 in the morning. An attorney will be appointed to you there. And on this one, there is a secured appearance bond of $250, but the other one you're being held no bond. So don't pay this one until you go to the other hearing. If you do have the other case dismissed, though, and you want to post this bond, this $250 bond, there are conditions for your release, and those are all printed out on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Christopher Michael, please come to the podium. Patricia Benitez, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Honorable, it's Christopher McHale, 8/16/89.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. It is alleged aggravated assault, which is a Class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed for you. Your next hearing is July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. A secured appearance bond has been set for you. That means you could use a bail bondsman at $50,000. If you do make that bail, there are very strict conditions of release, which include do not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged witnesses, complainants, victims, or the arresting officers. Do not possess any weapons, drive without a valid license, consume alcohol, or consume drugs without a valid prescription. If there is an order of protection or order of harassment issued against you, be sure to comply with those as well. Those are court orders. All of this information will be on your paperwork. Do you have a question?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask you to please consider, I have my own apartment. I'm a veteran. consider pretrial services or my own recognizances. I don't have any history of failing to appear. I don't have any family here. I can't afford to post bond, ma'am. It's extraneous for me.
Okay, so it looks like this was an issue of domestic violence in your residence between you and a girlfriend.
She doesn't live at my residence, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's why there's no, it says no, not to return to this alleged scene, but there's no issues about changing your residence. We didn't put that in there.
Yeah, I have my own apartment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do the
So
video.
it looks like you do have some prior felony convictions. So the court's going to stay with this bond today, but you can use a bail bondsman, and the detention officers will be able to help you get in contact with one to get this done. So this is all on your paperwork. I'm not going to change your bond today.
Your Honor, you won't even consider pretrial services.
If you were to be released, yes, but right now, no. So your next hearing date is July 8th, so that's in 6 days.
So my apartment can just go to crap.
Sir, that's not the issue here today. The issue here today are what the allegations are, if you're going to have an attorney appointed, and what your conditions of release are. In this case, bond is set at $50,000 secured.
You know, that's exorbitant. That's extraneous. I'm indigent. I have $0. That's against the law.
And you can make those arguments at your hearing. Please take your paperwork and have a seat. Ms. Benitez, please come to the podium. Jose Flores, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Trisha Benitez, 11/18/1981.
Did you say 1981?
Yes.
Thank you. You're here today on two issues. One is a new Superior Court case, and then the second one is a probation violation warrant. On your new case today, it has been alleged that there's aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is a Class 3 felony, and then there was assault, Class 1 misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, Class 1 misdemeanor, and then threatening or intimidation, Class 1 misdemeanor. Because of that felony, an attorney will be appointed for you for your next hearing, which is July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That will be at Superior Court downtown. A secured appearance bond has also been set for you at $50,000. If you do make that bond, there are conditions of your release not to return to the alleged scene of the crime or have contact with the victims, complainants, arresting officers. It appears that this may be where you reside, where this happened?
Yes, that's what's my boyfriend's house.
Okay. So, in your second case today, there is no bond available because you violated the terms of your probation. So under the Arizona Criminal Rules of Procedure 7.2C, you're not eligible for bond on the warrant. So if that case does get dismissed and then you do become eligible for bond, it's important that you know you cannot go back to the scene of the alleged crime unless you first get, and I put this in the order so that you would be able to get it, what's called a civil standby, where a law enforcement officer goes with you in order to collect personal belongings. Okay, so make sure not to go on your own. If you do go, you would need to have a law enforcement officer with you. This all information is printed on your paperwork. Your second matter before this court is probation violation, and there it's violating terms 1 of the probation, so unfortunately you're not eligible for release because of that violation. But you do have a hearing on July 9th at 8:30, and an attorney has been appointed for you. So all the information for both of these cases will be on your paperwork.
So I'll be seeing the July 9th?
Say it one more time.
I'll be coming to court July 9th?
Correct. Yeah, so please take your paperwork and have a seat. Jose Flores, please come to the podium. After that, Shelton Moore, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jose Flores, 11/21/92.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. It's been alleged that you committed aggravated assault, which is a Class 3 felony, as well as a Class 4 felony aggravated assault, And then another intent with or reckless injury, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. A counsel has been appointed for you for your next hearing, which will be downtown Superior Court on July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. A secured appearance bond has been set for you at $50,000. If you do make that bond, so you can use a bail bondsman for that, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, have contact with the victims, witnesses, or complainants, do not possess any weapons, drive without a valid license, drink alcohol until your next hearing, do not have any drugs without a valid prescription. So in this case, it looks like you may reside at the same location as the alleged victim?
No.
You do not?
No.
Okay. So there'll be some information at the very bottom of your order that says if you did, you would need to contact
Okay.
law enforcement. You can disregard that.
Okay.
Okay. So all of this will be on your paperwork. If you'd please step to your left. Shelton Moore, please come to the podium. Luis Guzman, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Sheldon Moore, 6/16/68.
Thank you. You're here today on 3 different matters. The first one is a new Superior Court case where it was alleged that you had possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. That's a Class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed for you in that case, and the hearing will be July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. A secured appearance bond of $25,000 is set for that case. The second case that you are on here today, excuse me, you're only here on that one case. I apologize. So if you do make bond, please be sure to follow the instructions that are printed on the paperwork. Thank you.
Do I get a OR or release on the program?
No, not today, and I can give you the reason. You have prior out-of-state felony conviction, and so based on your criminal history, the bond is set at the 25. Luis Guzman, please come to the podium. Anthony Takat, please have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Louis Guzman, 9/13/68.
You're here today on 3 separate matters. All 3 of them are bench warrants. We'll go through one at a time. The first one is from allegations of narcotic drug use, possession, and paraphernalia, Class 4 felony and a Class 6 felony. Those offenses happened back in 2019. You did not go to your hearings for those, and so this court has affirmed the failure to appear bond at $150 cash for that matter. The second matter, it was again a failure to appear for allegations of driving under the influence, Class 4 felony, dangerous drugs and narcotic drug possession, both Class 4 felonies, possessing a weapon by a prohibited possessor, Class 4 felony, and then drug paraphernalia possession use, that's Class 6 felony. Again, you did not appear for that hearing, and so this court is affirming their failure to appear bond from August 2021 of $250 cash. And then lastly, again, a failure to appear, and this one was the weapon, possessing a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. This is more recent. This one's 2021 also. And this one, the state has asked for, and this court agrees with a $5,000 cash-only bond because you scored the max amount on what's called the pretrial services tool. So in order to make sure that you are not out in the community with these warrants and that you appear for your hearings, this is set at $5,000. So that's a total of, let's see, that's 250, 150, that's 400. So that's $5,400 cash bond. So if you are not bonded out, you will be transported to all of these hearings. If you're in custody, your next hearing is going to be, looks like they're all July 8th at 8:30 in the morning, and an attorney has been appointed for you in all these cases to represent you.
Okay.
All this is on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Anthony Takak, please come to the podium. And Robbie Williams Jr., have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Anthony Takach, 9/26/81.
You're here today on two issues. One of them is an out-of-county warrant. And this is from Apache Junction Municipal Court, which is out of county from here. And it's on allegations of failure to show your driver's license, failure to appear after you promised that you would, and then failure to pay fines. This one, because it's an out-of-county warrant, we do affirm their bond, and the bond amount on this is $1,135. There is a hearing set, and it's July 7th at 8:30 in the morning, and an attorney will be appointed for you at that hearing since one of these looks to be a felony. The next matter you're here on today is a Superior Court probation violation warrant. So an attorney is going to be appointed to you for this. It appears that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. So those are the ones where you check in and also where you keep them updated with your address. A $100 probation violation warrant in cash is affirmed, and your hearing for this is July 9th at 8:30 in the morning. An attorney will be appointed for you there as well. All of this will be on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Mr. Williams, please come to the podium. Brandon Segura, please have a seat by the door.
Before we start, may I tell you that I just got a job that I was supposed to start today to help pay for my child support.
That's unfortunate. Could you state your name and date of birth?
Robbie Williams, 9/10/1993.
Thank you. You're here today on two different issues. The first one is a Superior Court new case. There's been allegations of narcotic drug possession, dangerous drug possession, and then drug paraphernalia possession and use. This court did not find probable cause for the drug possession, narcotic, or dangerous drugs. However, those cases are not dismissed. They're still going to have a hearing on it where the state may present evidence to say why they think it was. But this court today did not find probable cause on those. There is an attorney appointed for you for your hearing. It's July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. And for these allegations, just a $50 secured appearance bond has been set. So $50 secured. There is a second case though. And this one is the Superior Court family warrant. That's probably what you thought this was going to be about. It's a cash-only release bond of $1,000. So that's for your child support arrest warrant. So that one is cash of $1,000. If you're able to pay that today, then it's a purge warrant, is what they call it. Then that would be cleared up. Okay. All of this is on your paperwork. And if you step to your left, you'll get all the information.
Did I get released?
Well, you would have to pay $1,000 and $50. So if you have that, then you may go today. Brandon Segura, please come to the podium. Joshua Williams, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Brandon Segura, 7/12/1995.
Thank you. You're here today on two different matters. The first one is a Superior Court probation violation warrant. So on this matter, it looks like you have a $900 bond. It's a secured appearance bond, and it's from a June 23rd probation violation warrant. And then on your second matter, it is a Justice Court warrant. So the Justice Court is West McDowell Justice Court. They're alleging that you drove with a suspended, canceled, or revoked license, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. Because it's a misdemeanor, an attorney is not appointed for you out in Justice Court. We have put a $50 bond on you for the Justice Court warrant just in case you are not able to make bail on the $900 one. That way the sheriff's office will transport you out to justice court and you can get this taken care of. The court dates and location, all that information is on your paperwork. I just want to remind you, do not possess any weapons or consume any alcohol prior to your court dates if you are released. Please step to your left. Joshua Williams, please come to the podium. Nicole Fitzpatrick, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Joshua Aaron Williams, 282.
You're here today on a justice court warrant. It appears they have allegations of you driving with a license that was either suspended, revoked, or canceled. That's a Class 1 misdemeanor. And then you didn't appear. You failed to appear as promised, a Class 2 misdemeanor, to your hearing. So because this may turn into a DUI, I'm not sure about the facts of the case because it's a justice court case. So I don't know. I have gone ahead and appointed an attorney for you in justice court. This is a cash-only appearance bond of $750, and that's based on your failure to appear in 2018, and then the warrant was issued in 2020. So the counsel has been appointed for you. They can discuss the bond amount there at that hearing. MCSO will transport you out to El Centro Justice Court. Your hearing's on July 7th, 8:30 in the morning. If you do make bond, you are not to have contact with the arresting officers, have drugs without a valid prescription, drive without a valid license. All of this information will be on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Nicole Fitzpatrick, please come to the podium. Richard Wonder, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Nicole Fitzpatrick, 2095.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. There's been allegations of dangerous drug possessions or use, which is a Class 4 felony. The court's appointed an attorney for you at your next hearing, which is downtown on July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. A secured appearance bond of $250 has been set for you today. That means you can use a bail bondsman for that. If you do make bond, do not have any contact with the arresting officers or possible co-defendant. Don't possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid license. All this information will be on the paperwork. Please step to your left. Richard Wonder, please come to the podium. And Guadalupe Cisneros, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Richard Wonder, January 12th of 82.
You're here today for two separate matters, but they appeared both to be Superior Court probation violation warrants. The first one, it looks like, actually both of them, you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation agreement. That's where you keep in contact with your probation officer and keep them updated with your address. So this court has affirmed the request, which is a $100 cash appearance bond for each of those, so that's $200 total. You do have a new hearing. It's a probation revocation arraignment, July 9th at 8:30 in the morning with a possible disposition. So that's on both of them. An attorney will represent you there. If you do make this bond, please be sure not to have any weapons, drugs, alcohol, drive without a license. Also, because you're on probation, if you are released, contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release.
Okay.
Okay, all that's on your paperwork. Please step to your left.
Thank you.
Guadalupe Cisneros, please come to the podium. Rafael Romo, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Guadalupe Cisneros.
Could you say that one more time?
Guadalupe Cisneros, sorry.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
3891.
Thank you. You're here today also on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. You also violated terms 3 and 5 of probation. That's where you need to keep in contact with your probation officer and keep them updated with your address. Today, there is a probation bond set at $100 secured. If you make that bond, make sure to follow all the conditions of your release. Most importantly, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You have a revocation hearing set for July 9th at 8:30 in the morning downtown, so they may revoke your probation. It's important that you go there. And there is a possible disposition hearing that same day. All of this is on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Rafael Romo, please come to the podium. Isaac Salazar, have a seat by the door. Romo's not here. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Isaac Salazar, please come to the podium. Pedro Velez, please have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Isaac Carlos Salazar, 09/16/2006.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. It's been alleged that you had possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, that you fled from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony, that you failed to obey law enforcement, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and there was reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Because you do have those felony allegations, an attorney has been appointed for you. Your next hearing is July 17th at 8:30 in the morning. This court is inclined to release you on what's called supervised release. So what that means is you're going to get an envelope that will have information about how to get to your hearing as well as support for you to get to your hearing. Maybe a bus pass, maybe some phone call. You have a question, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Is there a bond or anything? No?
No, not in your case. So it's just very important that you don't have any drugs without a valid prescription. You're under 21, so no alcohol. Also, don't drive without a valid license.
Yes, ma'am.
It's very important that you appear at your next hearing. Supervised release is there to support you to get you to your next hearing. Don't miss it, because otherwise you'll be back here.
Yes, ma'am. So am I like released?
It will take a few hours for them to process you out, but they're going to give you paperwork and they're going to give you an envelope for supervised release.
Oh, okay, so I am, but just show up to court?
Right, but
Yes, ma'am.
have patience with the detention officers. There's a lot of people here. It might take a
Yes,
few
ma'am.
hours.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Up to your left. Pedro Velez, and then after him, Dennis Mitchell. Please sit by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Pedro Velez, January 25th, 1999.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. There have been allegations of unlawful flight from law enforcement, which is a Class 5 felony, and then aggravated DUI, which is a Class 6 felony. A hearing has been set for you on July 17th at 8:30 in the morning, and an attorney has also been assigned to represent you. This court is inclined to release you on what's called supervised release. So there will be information provided to you in an envelope, and it's really important for you to show up to your next hearing.
Okay.
They're going to give you a bus pass if you need it, phone call reminders. You need to not consume any alcohol before your next hearing.
Okay.
That's very important. And then make sure you keep the court updated with your address. All of this information will be written on the paperwork.
Okay, perfect.
Please step to your left.
I appreciate you.
Dennis Mitchell, please come to the podium.
How you doing?
State your name and date of birth.
Dennis L. Mitchell Jr., 12/28/1983.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. It's been alleged that you had narcotic drugs in your possession, which is a Class 4 felony. I read through the Form 4 that law enforcement submitted and did not find probable cause. So you will be released today without any conditions.
but you do have a hearing.
Okay.
Okay? So it's not dismissed, but they're not going to hold you. Your hearing is going to be on July 17th at 8:30 in the morning, and an attorney has been assigned to represent you.
Yes, ma'am.
All of this will be on your paperwork. Now, because I'm releasing you with no probable cause, I can't give you what's called pretrial, so there's no assistance for you to get there, but it's really important that you go to your hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
The case isn't dismissed, but there was just no probable cause found.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
This is all on your paperwork. Please step to your left.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Oh, perfect. Please come to the podium, Rafael Romo. State your name and date of birth.
Rafael Romo, 82790.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. It was alleged that you participated in second-degree burglary, which is a Class 3 felony. An attorney has been appointed for you for your next hearing, which is July 17th at 8:30 in the morning. This court is inclined to release you under what's called supervised release. So that means you're going to get an envelope, and in the envelope, it's going to have maybe a bus pass and some other information to help you get to your next hearing.
Okay.
It's very important you go to your next hearing. If you don't, you'll get what's called a failure to appear, and then they'll issue a warrant, and then you'll have a bond.
Okay.
Okay. So do not go back to the scene of the alleged crime where you were arrested. Do not have any contact with the alleged witnesses, victims, arresting officers.
Okay.
And it looks like if there is an order of harassment issued against you, make sure to comply with any court orders.
Okay.
Okay, this will all be on your paperwork. Please step to your left.
All right, thank you.
Are you all done? So we do have 2 more matters for this courtroom, but we'll wait until it's a little cleared. They're at the very bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything, you should on the record for the whole.
Okay, I can do that. There are several house calls in today's calendar. The first one being Cesar Urbina Bustos. She is not available to come to the courtroom because she is a danger to herself and others. Her date of birth is 7/16/2000. Their calendar docket numbers 28 and 29. The first one is 29, which is a new Superior Court case with allegations of aggravated assault, which is a Class 6 felony. An attorney is appointed for her. Her next hearing is July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. She's not eligible for release as this is a violation of her probation per ACRP Rule 7.2C. And then her second case is that Superior Court failure to appear bench warrant, which was narcotic drug possession Class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed for her. This is a violation of probation, so not eligible for release. And again, per ACRP 7.2. The next person who is not available to come into the courtroom today is docket numbers 22 and 23. The name is Bailey Vettel Ruiz, date of birth 2/19/1993. She has a new Superior Court case with allegations of burglary second degree, which is a Class 3 felony. An attorney has been appointed for her hearing July 8th at 8:30 a.m. A secured appearance bond there of $50 is set with the conditions that she not return to the scene of the alleged crime. Contact her probation officer within 72 hours. Item 22 on the docket is the Superior Court failure to appear bench warrant. An attorney was appointed for her violation hearing, which is July 9th at 8:30 in the morning downtown. There, a $200 secured appearance bond is issued for the failure to appear warrant, which is affirmed from March 2025. So if she makes these 2 bonds, she needs to be sure to contact her probation officer within 72 hours. The next person who will be seen as a house call is Elijah Land, docket numbers 8, 9, 37, and 38. Elijah Land is combative and unable to function in the general population, so for the safety of court staff and himself, we will read this into the record. Date of birth 10/13/1992. Number 8 is a new Superior Court case with allegations of dangerous drug use possession, as well as drug paraphernalia possession and use, Class 4 and Class 6 felony. Maricopa County Defender is assigned to represent him at his hearing on July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. There is a preliminary hearing witness July 10th at 8:30 in the morning. A secured appearance bond has been set for him at $50. And there are conditions of his release which do include, his release which do include that he should contact probation officer within 72 hours if he's released. Number 9 on the docket is a justice court warrant where he resisted arrest, but it was passive, so Class 1 misdemeanor. The person appears to be indigent, and so a bond is set at $500, and Maricopa County has appointed public defender for the limited representation regarding the bond issue only, and this is a $500 cash-only appearance bond for West Mesa Justice Court. The next hearing is July 7th, 8:30 a.m. There are release conditions. On number 37 on the docket, this one is a Superior Court probation violation warrant, and this one is set at $250 secured bond, violating term 1 of the probation, which is not to engage in any new criminal activity. The probation revocation arraignment hearing is set for July 9th at 8:30. An attorney has been appointed. And then the last is, again, a Superior Court probation violation warrant. This is the page 2. So, again, a term 1 violation probation, $250 secured bond appearance. Here, the probation arraignment is set for July 9th at 8:30 also. And then the last, and that is the last person. We have 2 more matters on the calendar, but for these that are going to be house calls, it is not this court's intention to return to this recording, but if there are any changes to the orders, they will be on the paper copy. So at this time, can we call Paul Eldridge, please? State your name and date of birth.
Paul Eldridge, February 28th, 1985.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. There are allegations of molestation of a child, which is a Class 2 felony, and sexual exploitation of a minor, a Class 2 felony. This court has found probable cause and appointed an attorney to represent you at your next hearing, which will be July 8th at 8:30 downtown. Based on the allegations and the strength of evidence that was submitted, this court finds appropriate the request of a cash-only appearance bond at $350,000. Okay. If you do make that bond, you will have electronic monitoring, and pretrial services will set your curfew. That would be, you would have that put on before you are released. If you are released from custody, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have contact with any of the alleged victims, witnesses, complainants, arresting officers, or have any contact with minors. So there is a no contact order with your other, if you have any other minor children, because research indicates that individuals who engage in violence towards immediate family members show a propensity to continue to engage in that behavior. And their other children may become targets as well. You're also prohibited from accessing the internet through electronic means except for work and legal. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid license. It looks like we went ahead and included some other language in your order that you should be aware of, so please read through your paperwork. And if you are released, make sure to comply with all the release conditions.
Okay.
Please step to your left. Mr. Oscar Ochoa Dominguez, please come to the podium. State your name and date of birth.
Oscar Ochoa, 10/25/1989.
1989?
99.
Okay. You're here today on a new municipal court case. This involves public sexual indecency, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. Because of the nature of the charge being a misdemeanor, there is no, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have a hearing coming up in Peoria Municipal Court on July 22nd at 9 a.m. Make sure you go to that hearing. This court is inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. That means you don't have to pay a bond. However, you are advised to contact Peoria Municipal Court and make sure you understand when you need to be there and what you might need to bring with you, okay? Do not return to the scene of the alleged crime. So don't go back to Planet Fitness until after this hearing. That court can change the orders, but here today, this court's orders are do not go back.
Okay.
No contact with any of the alleged complainants, witnesses, victims, arresting officers. And if they issue an order of harassment against you, make sure to comply with that. It is a court order. All of this will be on your paperwork. Please step to your left. As we have put in all the house calls in the record, and I believe all the people are out of the waiting room, this hearing will be in recess until 8 p.m. All right. Please be seated.
It sounds like a car accident. And anybody that's been in Tucson long enough sees the number of people that destroy overpasses and destroy things because these are professional truck drivers we're talking about. Seems to happen on a couple times a year basis. Here's somebody that's an amateur that's operating a U-Haul, hit it against a solar canopy. There's absolutely no demonstration that there was criminal recklessness, that he was impaired, that he wasn't paying attention, anything like that. So I don't think there's probable cause here to establish the criminal damage. If the court does determine there's probable cause, beyond that, there's no reason to hold him. He's 3 on both scales. He has absolutely no felony criminal history. He returned the U-Haul truck. He did leave the scene, which probably doesn't bode well, but that's a misdemeanor.
Thank you.
So given that,
Good evening.
best
This
we're
is
dealing with
the 8
misdemeanor
o'clock
charges in this
calendar,
case,
initial
given his
appearance
complete lack
calendar
of
for
criminal history.
July 2nd, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Thank you for your patience. Please remember, as the admonition stated, this is live streamed and recorded. Our task here this evening is I will call you in one by one, tell you the allegations against you, whether or not you've been appointed counsel, if you are eligible for bond, and what your release conditions will be, and when your next hearing date will be. We'll start with Octavio Ortega. Please come to the podium. After that, Mark Cedillo, please have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Octavio Ortega, 2789.
You're here today on 2 matters. The first is a new Superior Court case where there's been allegations of theft, which is a Class 3 felony. An attorney was appointed for you. Your next hearing date is July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You do have another matter, and that is a Superior Court failure to appear bench warrant. That was for allegations of dangerous drug use, possession, Class 4 felony, as well as paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. Because you did not go and you were on what's called felony release, so you had been released to go to your court hearings, you've now violated the felony release as well as violations of your term 1 of probation, so you're not eligible for bond today. There are hearings set for you July 9th, 2025 at 8:30 in the morning. And another one actually will be on July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. On July 9th is what's called an evidentiary hearing about the bond, about not being able to have bond. So they're going to speak with you then, and there'll be an attorney there to assist you. All of this will be on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Mark Cedillo, please come to the podium. Tyler Martinez, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Mark Anthony Cedillo, 12/08/2001.
You're here today also on 2 matters. The first is a new Superior Court case where there's allegations of criminal trespassing, a Class 6 felony, disorderly conduct, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor, obstructing the police, a Class 1 misdemeanor, resisting arrest, Class 1 misdemeanor, and then criminal damage, Class 2 misdemeanor. Because of that felony, an attorney has been appointed to help you at your next hearing, which is on July 8th at 8:30 in the morning downtown. In this first matter, a secured bond has been set at $50,000. If you are able to make that secured bond, you will have electronic monitoring. It's very important in your case not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. $50,000 secured, so you'd be able to use a bail bondsman.
Okay.
You're not to return, though, to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the victims or complainants or arresting officers. You are currently on probation, so that means that you would have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. However, because of that probation, there is a hearing set now July 9th, probation revocation hearing. You violated term 1 of your probation, which is no new criminal activity. So there will be an attorney there for you July 9th at 8:30 to go through that hearing with you. And you're not eligible for bond because there was new criminal activity alleged while you were on probation. So you're not eligible for bond in the second matter.
Okay.
All of this is on your release paperwork. Please step to your left. Talia Martinez, please come to the podium. Lane John, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Garcia Martinez, 01/21/1987.
You're here today on 5 separate matters. The first matter is a new Superior Court case where there have been allegations of both dangerous drugs and narcotic drug possession and use. Those are Class 4 felonies. An attorney has been appointed for you in those new allegations. Your hearing will be July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. There's a secured appearance bond of $5,000 set for those new allegations. If you do make that bond, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. The next 4 matters before this court are all probation violation warrants. So because there were violations of your probation, which is the violation of Term 1, you are not bailable on these. So it's per the Arizona Criminal Rules of Procedure 7.2C, and there is an attorney appointed for you in each of these cases, and all this information will be on your paperwork, but the next hearing is July 9th at 8:30 a.m., and they'll meet you there and discuss your probation violation. All of this is on your paperwork. Please step to the left. Lane John, please come to the podium. Thomas Gayton, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Lane Julian John, June 22, 1996.
You're here today on a Superior Court probation violation warrant, and it looks like you had a 2025 June 2025, you did not appear for your initial appearance. And it appears you're also currently in custody already, so you're not eligible for release until that's cleared up, because you're already in custody from Salt River.
Okay, what does that mean?
So once they release you, then you would be eligible for bond. So once Salt River Department of Corrections releases you, then you would be eligible for bond. And this court has set it at $250, secured appearance bond.
So what does that mean?
That means if you are no longer being held by Salt River, so if you don't have to go back there from here, then you're eligible for bond. But if they take you back, you have to wait for that to get finished, what's happening there, and then you would be eligible for bond.
So they're going to pick me up tonight?
I'm not sure, but you can ask the detention officer what's going to happen next. Because
Okay.
right now, as far as I know, you're still in custody, and so I can't offer you release right now. But I do have a bond available for you once you're finished with Salt River.
Okay.
Okay, and that's $250 secured. And if you're able to make that bond, make sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All the rest of your conditions of release are printed out on your paperwork.
So I'm released from the violation thing?
So today you're here on a probation violation warrant from Superior Court. So that's what I see you about, is a Superior Court violation warrant. And that's because you violated probation terms 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
You didn't keep them updated with your address. You didn't make your appointments. Those are the terms that you violated.
So when's my court hearing for that one?
July 9th at 8:30 in the morning.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to be in Towers for here until then?
If you're able to be released from Salt River Department of Corrections, you'll need to get to that hearing on your own. If you're not released, you'll be transported.
Okay, I'm still confused, but, all right.
So it's Salt River that needs to let you go.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
it'll be on your paperwork.
All right.
Thomas Gayton, please come to the podium. Kyle Wood, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Thomas Gaitan, 10/7/2000.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. There's been allegations against you of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is a Class 3 felony. An attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing will be downtown on July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. The address and that information is all on your paperwork. You are eligible for bail. Because of the dangerousness and the risk of new criminal activity, your bond has been set at $50,000 secured. If you do make that bond, you will receive an ankle monitor prior to release, and pretrial services will tell you what your curfew is. If you make that bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have contact with the victims, witnesses, complainants, or the arresting officers. Do you live at that address where the alleged, no? Okay. On your paperwork, there is an order printed that if you had lived there, it would allow you to go back to retrieve your necessary items, but just disregard what's printed at the bottom if that's not your residence.
So I can't go back and go get my things?
You said you don't live there.
But I have my belongings there.
Okay, then you can use that order that's on there one time. You have to contact law enforcement ahead of time and arrange it with them, and they'll go with you to retrieve any necessary belongings from that location. Otherwise, you cannot go back there.
All right.
Okay, it's all written on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Kyle Wood, please come to the podium. Maurice Gilder, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
My name is Kyle Wood, August 19th, 1986.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case alleging aggravated assault, which is a Class 4 felony. You were not found indigent, so you may hire an attorney to represent you, or you can represent yourself.
Okay. Your
next hearing will be downtown on July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. The information, including the address and where to go, will be on your paperwork. A secured appearance bond, that means you can use a bail bondsman, has been set for you at $50,000, and that's due to the dangerousness of the allegations and the risk of new criminal activity. If you do make that bond, you will receive an electronic monitoring device, which will be installed prior to your release. And PSA will set your curfew, so your geographic as well as your time restrictions. If you are released, there are explicit conditions not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or to have any contact with the alleged victims, witnesses, or complainants. Be sure to obey any terms of an order of protection that might be issued against you. And is that your residence?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to have to find an alternative residence and provide proof of that. In your order, we have written in that you can have one return visit with law enforcement in order to retrieve necessary items or belongings until your next court date. So the next hearing, you may be able to have this changed, but for right now, until July 8th, you would need to not return unless it's with prearranged law enforcement.
Okay.
All of that is written on your order. Please step to your left. Maurice Gilder, please come to the podium. Stephanie Squires, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
My name is Maurice Gilder, 2006.
Could you say your birthday again?
2006.
Right, but the day and month?
Oh, March 12th, 2006. I'm sorry about that.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. There have been allegations of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, which is a Class 2 felony, aggravated assault, which is a Class 2 felony, carrying a weapon in the commission of a felony, a Class 6 felony, and then carrying a deadly weapon when you're less than 21, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. So this court has found that there was probable cause, and a hearing has been set. An attorney has been assigned to you. Your next hearing will be July 8th at 8:30 in the morning downtown. A secured bond was set at $50,000. That means you can use a bail bondsman. And if you do make bond, it's very important that you follow the orders of the court. They'll all be written on your paperwork, but that includes don't return to the scene of the alleged crime, so don't go back to that apartment complex. No contact with the alleged victims, complainants, witnesses, or arresting officers. And if an order of protection or order against harassment is issued against you, be sure to follow that as well. All of this will be on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Stephanie Squires, please come to the podium. Timothy Davis, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
70 Spires, 1488.
You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant, and it's for dangerous drugs possession and use, a Class 4 felony, and then drug paraphernalia possession and use, a Class 6 felony. There was a direct complaint filed against you. The date of the offense was November 2020. So this is something you really need to get taken care of. They sent you the summons, but it doesn't look like you received it, so that's why you're here today.
Yeah, they sent it to an address that I hadn't lived at for like 2.5 years prior.
Right.
Which I gave them the correct address when that happened. I remember it. I gave them the correct address. I don't know how they even,
There is a bond set for you today, and it's going to be a secured appearance bond of $1,800. You can use a bail bondsman for that. I highly recommend that you keep the court updated with your address. Another thing you can do, though, is make sure to keep MVD updated with your address. They do?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because sometimes people can find you, another way, and then this won't happen again. All the information about your conditions of release are in your paperwork. Just please make sure you go to the hearing and get this taken care of. Okay, step to your left. Timothy Davis, please come to the podium. Robert Gutierrez, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Timothy Davis, 9/23/89.
Thank you.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
here today on 3 different matters. The first one is a new Superior Court case where they're alleging burglary, 3rd degree, which is a Class 4 misdemeanor.
Mm-hmm.
An attorney has been appointed for you for your next hearing, which is July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. This court did find probable cause, and a bond has been set. It's a secured bond in this case at $1,000. So that means you can use a bail bondsman. It's not the full cash amount. It's $1,000 secured. If you do make this bond in the first case, don't go back to the scene of the alleged crime or have contact with the victims, witnesses, complainants, or arresting officers. And I will let you speak. Let me just get through the rest of your order. You're not to possess weapons or have drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid license. You are on probation, so if you do make that bond, you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You have 2 other matters before this court, and they are both probation violation warrants. And the reason is because of these new allegations, you violated term 1 of your probation. So they have the same conditions and restrictions on release, but in those 2, it's only a $50 secured appearance bond. So total amount secured appearance is $1,100. What is your question, sir?
I had talked to my probation officer like a week ago. I'm supposed to be moving back out of town, back home where I'm from, because I can't find no job down here. I can't get my Social Security on. I can't get Medicaid back on. So I got everything transferred down there to Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay.
And then I got locked up last night. It was an accident. I didn't supposed to go there because I was just looking for some food.
Right, and I read that in the police report.
And I got my food stamp, and I get my food stamps today. I didn't know I get them today. I thought I had them last night because I went to the store and stuff. And I stopped somewhere and I saw a car. The door was open already. Mm-hmm. I didn't open the door. I just opened the window was down and just lifted my hand inside and opened the door from the inside.
So remember that this is all being recorded and this may be used against you at the hearing. So I would advise you not to talk about the facts of your arrest. So there was probable cause. There was sufficient there. The hearing will be on July 9th.
And they didn't read my rights to me neither.
Okay, and you can bring that up with the judge when you go to the hearing. There's the first hearing is on July 8th. And then your probation hearings are on July 9th. If you're still in custody, MCSO, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, they will take you to those hearings. If you are not in custody, make sure to call your probation officer and ask them for assistance to get to your hearings, because you need to get this sorted out prior to leaving Maricopa County.
What do you mean leave Maricopa County?
Don't leave Maricopa County before you go to your next hearings, July 8th and July 9th.
I know.
Then they would issue more warrants for you.
Oh, okay. But he already said I can leave. He already said I can leave.
You can't leave now because you've got these 2 hearings set, and you need to go and talk to
No, I wasn't gonna leave until the 10th anyway. Until.
So make sure you go to the hearings and get this sorted out. Okay? Follow your paperwork. Please step to your left.
Cheat change. I'm still leaving. Cheat change.
Robert Gutierrez, please come to the podium. Jordan Nickel, please sit by the door. State your name and date of birth, please.
Robert Gutierrez, 2/12/85.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. It appears that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation, and the warrant was set for $1,000. This court's going to affirm that warrant. It's a secured warrant, so you can use a bail bondsman. There is a hearing set for your probation revocation July 9th at 8:30 in the morning, and it looks like you already have an attorney in your case because that probation hearing was already set up. So make sure that if you're in custody, you talk to your attorney about, and if you're not in custody, that you go to your hearing. If you are not in custody, call your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of this is on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Jordan Nickel, please come to the podium. Susanna Martinez, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Jordan Nickel, 4/12/1988.
You're here today on a Superior Court failure to appear bench warrant. It looks like the warrant just came out June 2025, but it is for $1,000 based on your criminal history. You scored the max amount of, they do an assessment to see how likely are you not to appear to your next hearing, and that's why you're getting, it's a cash-only appearance bond of $1,000. So your next hearing is July 8th at 8:30 in the morning, and you already have an attorney in your case, so you're not getting a new one appointed. If you do make that bond, be sure to call your, I don't think you're on probation, are you?
No.
Okay, so because you're not on probation, it's a $1,000 bond. I can order what's called pretrial services to assist you.
Please.
So they would give you like a bus ticket and phone call reminders. Okay, I'm going to edit your order. One moment, please.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Could you please reprint 15? Thank you. Okay, so I'm ordering now pre-trial services. They'll give you an envelope. Don't lose that envelope because that will have your bus pass and more information about how they'll help you to get to your hearing. It is $1,000 cash because of the high rating of your failure to appear susceptibility, but hopefully this gets it sorted out.
All right, because the reason why it's failure to appear is because I'm homeless, and I can't make it to these court hearings sometimes,
Yeah, that's really hard. Okay, that will be on your paperwork. If you just want to have a seat, they'll bring it out to you. Thank you. Oh, okay. That was fast.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Go ahead, Mr. Honor.
Susanna Martinez, please come to the podium. Carla Sandoval, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Susanna Fabiana Martinez, 51592.
You're here today on a Superior Court failure to appear bench warrant, and it appears that there is a $1,000 bond set for you, and it's cash only. And again, it's because the pretrial service assessment indicates that you might have trouble coming back and appearing at your hearing. So you do already have an attorney appointed to you. Your next court date is July 10th at 8:30 in the morning downtown. All of this is on your paperwork. Do you also, let's see, would you also like pretrial services like a bus pass or calls for reminders? Okay, let me edit this one too. I apologize, I missed these two.
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to get an envelope as well, and that will give you information about assistance to get you to your next hearing if you are released, and that would be still a $1,000 cash-only bond.
Okay.
Okay, all that's going to be on your paperwork if you'll just step to your left. Carla Sandoval, please come to the podium. After that, Reggie Williams. Please have a seat by the door. The podium's right there. It's right there. Please state your name and date of birth.
Carla Sandoval.
And your birth date?
January 19, 1980.
You're here today on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. There is a secured appearance bond set for you at $1,500, and that's because you've been reinstated on your probation 5 different times. You already have an attorney in your probation case, and your next hearing is on July 9th at 8:30 in the morning downtown. That information will be on your paperwork. It appears that you violated terms 1, 3, and 5 of your probation. All of this will be on your paperwork. Please contact your probation officer within 72 hours if you are released. Okay, please step to your left. Reggie Williams, please come to the podium. After that, Christy Andalor, please have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Reggie Williams, April 3rd, 1995.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. There's been allegations that you had a possession of a weapon and you're not allowed to. That's a Class 4 felony. Also that you were carrying a deadly weapon and you failed to admit that, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. This court has found probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing is July 8th at 8:30 in the morning downtown. A secured appearance bond has been set at $500. That means you can use a bail bondsman. And also PSA supervision has already been ordered, so they'll help you get to that hearing if you are released. They'll give you a bus pass, and they'll try and help you get there. So if you do make bond, make sure to go to your hearing and get this taken care of.
Okay.
It's all on your paperwork. Please step to your left.
Okay, quick question, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Okay, earlier I had an outside friend look up my bond, and they looked up and they saw $1,200. But I just left another court hearing in the courtroom next door, and I also got another $500 bond there. So would they be able to go to the bail bonds and pay $1,000?
That's between you and the bail bondsman?
No, not the bail bondsman. I mean like the actual bail place. Like I don't want to go through a bondsman.
Okay.
I want to just pay it myself.
So you can pay the secured $500 yourself.
Okay.
From this court, it's $500 secured, but you can just pay the $500.
Okay, yeah.
But that's a good question to ask when you're in the release, like on the way out. They have more information.
Okay, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Christy Andalor, please come to the podium. Joseph Price, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Christy Andalor, 1/8/84.
You're here today on 2 different matters. They're both Superior Court probation violation warrants. The first one is for violating terms 3, 5, and 15. And the second one is the same. It appears you already have an attorney working with you on this probation violation case. Your next hearing is July 9th at 8:30 in the morning. Or excuse me, we're going to appoint a new attorney for you because this is a new probation violation case. They will meet you at your hearing July 9th, 8:30 in the morning. There's a cash-only appearance bond of $750 in your first matter. And then in your second matter, it's $1,500. And that's because you have continued to violate your probation. So if you do make those secured appearance bonds, make sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours so that you won't be in violation. Okay, all that's on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Joseph Price, please come to the podium. Dennison Harrington, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Joseph William Price, May 27, 1990.
You're here today on a Superior Court failure to appear bench warrant. It's for allegations of dangerous drug possession or use, which is a Class 4 felony. And it looks like there's a secured appearance bond set for you at $500. There will be an attorney appointed for you at your next hearing, which is July 8th, downtown. That information will be on your paperwork. And please keep the court updated with your address.
Okay. So what does that mean from here?
It means that you can either pay $500 or you can contact a bail bondsman and arrange with them because it's secured appearance bond for $500.
Okay. I think they said I was, my point appearance was on the 23rd.
There might be more than one set of charges. This is for your Superior Court, and this is July 8th.
Okay.
And it will be on your paperwork. So keep hold of your paperwork. It has all the information.
Because yeah, I mean, I barely got out. I barely got out for the charge, like probably the 28th. So like, I don't know. It just seems like it was so close to the time that I've been incarcerated since then.
Okay.
You know, I haven't been out one day since I was released here last. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, there was a warrant out for you, so we need to get the warrant taken care of.
Okay.
So go to that hearing and get it taken care of.
Okay. So until then, I'll just be held in the jail here?
Well, you can make your bond, then you can leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have the money for that. All right, take it now.
Dennison Harrington, please come to the podium. Daniel Garcia, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Dennison Harrington, 62997, ma'am.
You're here today on a municipal court warrant. It's for using a false license plate, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor. So you're not entitled to a court-appointed attorney in this case because it's a misdemeanor, and it's also at Surprise Municipal Court.
Yeah.
There is a secured appearance bond set for this at $300. So if you're able to make that secured appearance bond, please make sure you go to your hearing, which is on July 8th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you're still in custody, they'll transport you there.
All right.
Okay? And all of this will be on your paperwork.
I have a question though. Like, I've been, like, I think it's like 3 years now, 3 or 4 that it's been. They like garnish my taxes already. And like I've already done like 10 days for this. Like I feel like I've already overpaid. So like I'm like, and it's a like misdemeanor.
It is a misdemeanor, but they did set a bond and they asked for $300 secured. And it is for, it's not a failure to pay, it's you hadn't appeared. So you need to go and get that taken care of.
No, right. And I went last time and they sent me to 5 different courts.
So on this
and then I went to the clerk and she said that like they were just going to continue it.
So this warrant is for Surprise Municipal Court, and I've included in here the phone number for Surprise Municipal Court. So you could even call them from here. You can call them and try and get this sorted out with Surprise Municipal Court. But this is you've got to get it sorted out with them.
Okay.
Okay, all the information's on your paperwork.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Daniel Garcia, please come to the podium. Francisco Hernandez, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Daniel Garcia, 42582.
You're here today on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. You violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15 of your probation. And so a bond has been set for you at $150. It's a secured appearance bond. If you do pay that, there will be some conditions to your release, including calling your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
The next hearing for you is on July 9th at 8:30 in the morning, and it looks like you already have an attorney in this case.
Okay.
Okay. All this is on your paperwork. Please step to your left.
Thank you.
Francisco Hernandez, please come to the podium. Pamela Placencia Eufrasio, have a seat by the door.
Good evening, Your Honor. My name is Francisco Javier Hernandez. My date of birth is 2991.
Thank you. You're here today on 3 different matters. You have a new Superior Court case where there are allegations of dangerous drug possessions and use, which is a Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and then obstruction of justice, refusing to give true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you at your next hearing, which is July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. There's a cash-only appearance bond set for you in this new matter of $500. And if you do make that bond, make sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours, because that's what the other 2 issues are.
Okay, Your Honor, may I just say something real quick? The officers that stopped me, they claimed I didn't have a light, and then when they saw I did have a light, they said that it wasn't pointing forward and it was pointing down at my tire, so I could see what I'm running over, and that was their reason. That's why I asked them, hey, may I have a sergeant? This is not probable cause for you guys to detain me, but that is why. But I asked the sergeant when I did tell him my name, but I felt like my rights were being violated.
Okay.
But that's just so we can be on the same
page. This is being recorded.
No, I don't mind. What I told them, I would tell them, but I wanted the sergeant. And then when they did bring me the sergeant, I did tell them my name. So I felt like,
okay.
You know what I mean? They were just trying to. They said I didn't have a light, and when they noticed I did have a light, but it's not pointing forward. It's just pointing down.
So I understand that right now you're saying there's allegations that there was no probable cause for the stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's why I felt.
Something you can take up with the judge at that hearing.
All right.
It's on your paperwork. The other 2 matters before this court are probation violation warrants. So this has, these were outstanding prior to your stop even. One is violating terms 3 and 5, and the other one is also 3 and 5. So those allegations mean, just so you know, 3 is that you failed to report in within 72 hours after your release on November 26th. And then number 5 is that you didn't reside in a residence that was approved.
That's because I got out, but I got out where I thought I was going to live, but they ended up kicking me out. So I was just struggling, but I'm not gonna deny those facts because that is true, but it was just how things played out. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I had a resident, and then I'm homeless, so.
So on those 2 different probation violation warrants, it's a cash-only bond of $500 each. So all told, today, it would be $1,500, cash only, okay?
No.
So if you're not able to make that, they will transport you to your hearings, and you can talk with your attorney when you get there.
Thank you.
Okay, it's
Sorry.
all in your paperwork.
Be blessed. Thank you.
Ms. Placencia Eufrasio, please come to the podium. Jonah Ramos, have a seat by the door. State your name and date of birth.
Pamela Placencia, 10/08/2002.
And is the Eufrasio also part of your last name?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. You're here today on a new Superior Court case. It's been alleged that you have an aggravated DUI, Class 4 felony. So this, there is probable cause, which means an attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing is July 17th, 2025. This court would like to release you today on what's called supervised release. So what that means is you will need to go in for alcohol testing and monitoring until your next hearing date.
Okay.
Also, in your conditions for release, you must not consume any alcohol until your next hearing date.
Okay.
And that's July 17th.
Yes.
If the judge then orders something different, you follow those orders.
Yes.
But for now, no driving without a valid license, no consuming alcohol, and keep the court updated with your address.
Okay, I got it.
All of this is on your paperwork. Please step to your left.
Thank you.
Jonah Ramos, please come to the podium. After that, Gabriel Reyes, have a seat by the chair, by the door. Go ahead.
Jonah Ramos, 8/17/96.
You're here today on a new Superior Court case. The allegations include aggravated DUI because you had a passenger under 15. That's a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause and also found that you're not indigent. So you may hire an attorney for yourself or you can represent yourself. Your next hearing is July 17th at 8:30 in the morning. This court would like to release you today on supervised release. So that means that you will get an envelope and you must submit to alcohol testing until your next hearing. Absolutely no consuming alcohol until your next hearing. Also, you may not drive a motor vehicle with a minor under 18 years old in your vehicle.
Yes,
Okay? These orders can be changed at the next hearing by the next judge, but for right now, it's important that you follow them and keep the court updated with your address. Please be patient today. There's a lot of people here in this facility. It might take a few hours for you to be released.
Okay.
Please step to
Thank
the
you.
left. Gabriel Reyes, please come to the podium. After that, Angel Baskins, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Ruben Reyes. My date of birth is 11/28/1998.
You're here today on 3 different justice court cases. One of them is a new justice court case that's alleging that you exceeded the posted speed by over 20 miles an hour and that you drove with a suspended license. These are both misdemeanors. Another one is a justice court warrant for exceeding the posted speed by over 20 miles an hour. And then your last one is also the same. These are all misdemeanors, and so this court cannot appoint an attorney for you because of the nature of the charges. You have different justice courts you need to go to, so don't lose your paperwork. It says on each one the address, the time, the date, but I'll just read it into the record. Okay, looks like your first one, East Mesa, on July 16th at 9 a.m. The next one you have, South Mountain, on July 16th. It's also at 9 a.m. So I'm giving you their phone number. You need to call and let them know that you have to be in a different justice court at the same time.
Yes.
And then the last one, it's again East Mesa, July 16th at 9 a.m. So you should be able to get those 2 taken care of.
Is that 4? I'm sorry. Is that 4 total or is that 3 total?
You have 3 hearings total.
Okay. My bad. I misunderstood it.
No, it's okay. You have multiple charges. I understand the confusion. So no attorney is going to be appointed for you because these are misdemeanors.
Yes.
You need to go to the hearing to get it sorted out or they will issue more warrants.
Yes.
And you are going to be released today on your own recognizance. That means on your promise that you will go to these hearings and or contact the justice courts, right? Because you can't be in 2 places at one time.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Right. So make sure you do that. If you don't, they're going to issue warrants and I'll see you back here.
Yeah.
And then there will be bonds.
Yes.
Okay. Your paperwork is that way.
Thank you, ma'am. And happy 4th of July as well.
Angel Baskins, please come to the podium. Rosio Madrano, please have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Angel Elaine Baskins, 12/30/1980.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 justice court cases. The first one is a new case. There's allegations of you driving on a suspended license. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. The second one is the same thing, driving on a suspended license, also a misdemeanor. In your first case, it is at Highland Justice Court, July 17th at 9 a.m. Because it's a misdemeanor, this court cannot appoint an attorney to represent you, but you can hire one or represent yourself. Also, I gave you the phone numbers because your next case is at North Mesa Justice Court, July 17th at 1 p.m. So they're on the same day, and I worry for you that you will make it in time between the 2 justice courts.
I swear to God, I swear. The reason why I'm in this situation right now, okay, I was in California, I had a family crisis, okay? So by the time I came back, I thought I had court like in the afternoon. I didn't know. So I had already called the courts. I know you said whatever recording, I really don't care because like I put in a motion for the courts, okay? Like my only great uncle, he passed away. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I couldn't make it to my court. But by the time I came back out here, it was already too late.
Okay.
So
just to let you know, this court's going to release you on your promise to go to get those taken care of. Don't lose your paperwork. It has the phone numbers of those justice courts. Call them, sort it out, make sure you go to your hearing so they don't issue more warrants.
I swear I will.
Okay. And I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Please step that way. Rosio Medrano, please come to the podium. Rebecca Ramirez, have a seat by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Garcia Medrano, September 21st, 1980.
You're here today on a municipal court warrant. They alleged that you were exceeding the speed limit by over 45 miles per hour and that you drove on a suspended license. These are both misdemeanors, so no attorney will be appointed for you, but you can hire one or represent yourself. Your next hearing is on July 16th at 1 p.m. in Litchfield Park. There is a phone number printed on the paperwork. This court would like to release you today on your promise that you will go to your hearing and get this taken care of. Okay, your paperwork is that way.
Thank you.
Rebecca Ramirez, please come to the podium. Please state your name and date of birth.
Rebecca Yolanda Ramirez, 080697.
You're here today on 4 separate matters. They are all Superior Court probation violation warrants. Looking at the first one, it looks like you violated terms 4 and 5. You already have an attorney in this case. Your hearing will be July 9th, and it is at 8:30 a.m. A $500 secured bond was set, and this court has affirmed it. If you are able to make that bond, and there's going to be 4 of them, so this is the first one, you do need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours because you are on intensive probation.
Okay.
The second one, it's terms 4 and 5. This one, the bond is set at $750, still secured. The third one is $500, and then the fourth one is $100. So these are all bonds that were set by the probation courts, and this court has affirmed them, and it's for the violations 4 and 5. If you do make those bonds, they're secured bonds. Make sure to contact your probation officer within 24 hours. All your hearing dates, times, information will be on your paperwork.
Okay, so how much is it together?
Let me write it down. Let's see, 100, 600, 1350. Okay, so $1,850 total. It's secured.
Okay.
Okay, it's all in your paperwork. Please step to your left.
Okay.
Will Michael Owens please come to the podium? I have to read you something, so before we start, let me get to the right page.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Thank you.
I have Tourette's, by the way, so that's just what that is.
Okay. May I have your name and date of birth?
Michael Owens, July 4th, 92.
A warrant for your arrest has been issued, let me pull this one, by the state of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That state wants you back on this warrant. Before court, you were given some paperwork to review on a laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. As stated, you have a warrant from the state of Texas, and you have a choice to make it this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are sent back to the state of Texas. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days. And that time would start tomorrow, as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending anywhere in Arizona. If you have criminal charges pending in Arizona, the 30-day period would start after those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I would set the date and the courthouse, but I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because that is a civil matter. The extradition hearing is a civil matter. But you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense if you choose. You are entitled to bail here in Arizona. And in this case, we would set it at $50,000 secured.
So what would that be at a bondsman? I'm not sure.
Usually I think it's 10%, so $5,000. Okay, a governor's warrant would be signed by the governors of both states, is required to extradite you to Texas, and that process could take up to 90 days. So, do you wish to waive your right to extradition?
That is a tough one. It's very difficult because it's it's not. I know what it is. It's precapious, but I paid my child support to my children. I have proof that I paid child support to my children, and I didn't leave Texas to run from that. My ex-wife and I sat down and talked extensively about moving here to Arizona last year. That was the plan, and when I moved here, she blocked me and moved from her house in Texas, and I haven't heard from them in over a year. So I've done all the proper steps.
So then perhaps you don't want to waive your right and you want to go to that extradition hearing, because then that's when you could talk about why they shouldn't have a warrant out for you. So if you don't waive, I'll set bond, and if you can make bond, then you can, be free until the hearing, but then you got to go to your extradition hearing.
Would it be here?
It would be here in Maricopa, but not in this building.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure it'd be here in...
Yes, in Arizona, in Maricopa County, at the Superior Court.
I would need to call my wife, who is currently in Jamaica. We were going there for my birthday, so I need to...
So today, at this initial appearance, you have to make a decision. Do you want to waive your right and wait 30 days for Texas to extradite you? Or do you want to not waive your right and I'll set a hearing and bond so you have the opportunity to be released and then go to that extradition hearing, which is a civil hearing?
I'd rather just pay the bond, because going to Texas, not working, it would have a hard time trying to get back. So.
Okay. So I'm going to set bond for you today. It's at $50,000 secured, which means you may use a bail bondsman. And then you're not to have contact with your arresting officers. I'm just setting the conditions of your release. They are very similar to if you had been arrested on something else. Let me just make sure I get them all in here. You need to keep the court updated with your address, your local address. Okay, let's see if I've got it all. Okay, so you will have a hearing on July 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon, and the address and all that information is going to be printed on your paperwork. So if you make bond, that is when your hearing is, July 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon.
And if I don't make the bond?
It will still be July 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I understand you do not want to sign the paperwork. Your bond is set at $50,000 secured. You will have an extradition hearing on July 21st, 2025 at 1:30, where the judge will go through these options again. If you post your bond, make sure to attend your court date. It is a civil hearing. Or if you don't go to that extradition hearing, they will issue a warrant for your arrest.
Understand.
Okay.
So my wife is currently in Jamaica, so she would just need to find a bail bondman here and then call them, and then she would pay them.
Or you can. I know they allow collect calls from the South. So
yeah, but I don't have $5,000 in my pocket or anything. I know she's probably got to pull it, so I just need to. But I was just trying to figure that's what I would do. She would just Google one here in Maricopa or 24-hour one, I guess.
They do, they exist.
And then she would pay them, and then they would pay the court, and then you guys would release? Okay.
Yep. Information will be on your paperwork, and if you have more questions, I think the detention officers know how it works, so they can answer things for you too as well. Okay, we step to your left. Mr. Arthur Hernandez?
Good evening, Your Honor. Good evening.
May I have your name and date of birth?
Arthur Hernandez, April 2nd, 1979.
A warrant has been issued for your arrest by the state of California. That state wants you back, and this warrant. And before the court, you were given some paperwork to review on a laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes, I started, yes.
Okay. So the warrant from the state of California, you have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing, and that governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are sent back to the state of California. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days, and that day would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges in Arizona. If you do have criminal charges pending in Arizona, the 30 days would start after those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your hearing, and I will also set bond. Let me just double check. So your bond would also be set at $50,000 secured.
$50,000?
Yes?
What do you mean secured? What do you mean?
It means you could use a bail bondsman.
Okay. Well, I don't got nobody in the state. I have to call home. Okay. And I haven't got to use the phone yet.
Oh, you haven't gotten to use the phone?
No, I don't. Nobody even knows I'm out here.
So you have two choices. If you would like to waive your right, then you're held non-bondable for up to 30 days while California comes to get you. If you do not waive your right, I'll set a bond here or an extradition hearing for you, and it would be on July 21st at 1:30, and then bail would be set at $50,000, and that's secured.
Why so high? What did I do?
Well, it looks like you violated a protective order that was issued for
No, I'm saying, yeah, no. That was back home when I contacted my son.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So that is why, because we take it really seriously here.
Okay. Yeah, over there too. I don't know. I don't know what to do, ma'am. So I guess give me the 30 days, I guess. I mean, because I don't know what else to do.
Okay. So if you waive your right, then California will come and get you within 30 days. And if they do not, then you will be released. But then this is still outstanding, so you need to go get it taken care of.
Well, that's what I would like to go do right now. I mean, I was thinking about joining this program that was over here on Peoria. I've been on my way there. I just talked to the guy yesterday, as a matter of fact. It's on Peoria and something. He said it was like, he was trying to get me to go that day, yesterday.
Oh, no. Okay.
And it sounded like a good deal, but I just don't know where it's at. I'm not from here.
Okay. So let me read you the part that if you do waive and you say, I'm going to just stay in custody until they extradite me. Okay. If you want to sign, let's see. If you want to sign the waiver, I have to ask you the following question. So maybe this will help you decide. Did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
I'm sorry?
Did you read the waiver of extradition? Okay. Do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you don't have to do it.
I don't have to do anything, you're saying? Oh.
Right. So if you don't waive, then I'll set bond for you at $50,000 and I'll set a hearing for you. And if you make the bond, you can get out, but you really need to go to the hearing or a warrant will get issued.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I don't have nobody with $50,000.
Okay. It's secured, so you can use a bail bondsman.
Okay.
So you call a bail bondsman and you work it out with them.
Yeah, I got everything taken away with the divorce. I don't have no assets, no nothing.
Okay. So if you waive, then it is a choice. So do you understand you have a right to an extradition hearing?
What is an extradition hearing?
It's a civil hearing where the judge will hear what you have to say about whether or not that warrant should be enforced.
Oh, why I didn't report back to probation, basically?
Not really. It's more like they want to know, does California have the right to pull you back?
I mean, okay, I'll do that then, because, yeah, do it that way.
Okay, so I'm going to say that you're not going to waive your hearing. You would like to have it. And I will set your bail at $50,000 because of the allegations of the charges.
I have a question. How soon will the hearing be?
It will be on July 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Okay, if you do make that bond, because there's always possibility, you're not to have contact with the alleged victims and you're to follow any protective order that's issued, right? Because that was the issue here.
Well, 2 of my kids are of 18 now. They can totally talk to me now. 2 youngest ones
If
can't.
they're not covered by the protective order anymore, then as long as you follow what the protective order says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I talk to my kids now. My older ones.
Don't drive without a valid license. Don't take drugs without a valid prescription. Okay? All right, I'm signing this for you now. So now the hearing will be set. The bond is set. And if you change your mind at the extradition hearing and you just want to be extradited, you can do that then too.
Okay.
Yeah. So all the paperwork will be printed out here in just a minute. Oh, I'm supposed to read you something else. Oh, it's everything I just said to you. It said to you the date, it said to you the amount.
Really don't matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
The paperwork will come to you in just a minute. Thank you, sir. Did I sign it? Yes. Okay. I can't always tell if I signed it. No worries. It's safe. There are no house calls today, so this is the end of the 8 p.m. calendar. This calendar stands in recess until 11 p.m. July 2nd.
Global Tel Link, you have a prepaid
call is now being
from
recorded.
Silas Johnson, an incarcerated individual at the Centinela State Prison, Centinela, California. This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded. You have a prepaid call. You will not be charged for this call. To accept this call, say or dial 5 now. Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Thank you. Please be seated. This is the 11 p.m. calendar on July 2nd, 2025. Orders are given on the first of the month regarding the taking of DNA and fingerprints. Those orders are made in effect today. For those of you in the courtroom, what that means for you is this: not every single one of you has to give your DNA or your fingerprints. If you have to do that, those orders are going to be on your paperwork. My name is Commissioner Beck. I'm here to do a few things for you. Number one, I'm here to let you know why you're here. Number two, if you might be released. Number three, if you're going to be assigned an attorney. The vast majority of you will be assigned an attorney, which leads to my number one rule. Please don't talk about the facts of your case. Anything you say or do can be used against you. Everything in the courtroom is video recorded. So please don't talk about the facts of your case unless it's with your attorney. Second, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions for me. Unfortunately, I'm not your legal counsel. I can't answer legal questions for you, so please save your legal questions for your attorney. Finally, you're going to be hearing about lots of different dates and different types of release conditions. You don't have to memorize all that stuff. All that information is going to be on your paperwork. That's why it's important to keep your paperwork and save it. Don't lose it. If you end up missing a court date or if you don't follow a written court order, you'll just end up back here. Here's how tonight's going to work. I'm going to call 2 names. First name I call is going to come in the courtroom and stand in front of me at the podium. Second name I call is going to sit on that chair next to the door. And then we're going to keep on cycling through until the calendar is finished. Could I please get Gary Watson to the podium? Todd Webb to the chair, please. Hi, could I please get appearances starting with the state?
Good evening, Your Honor. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
And good evening, Your Honor. Justin Whittington on behalf of Mr. Watson.
Thank you. Sir, could I please have your full name and date of birth?
Gary Dale Watson Jr., September 22nd, 1977.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause was previously found for possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony. This offense was alleged to have occurred back in July of 2023. I'm not assigning you counsel because Mr. Whittington is appearing on your behalf. And let's see. Mr. Whittington, are you appearing just for the just for the initial appearance, or will you be representing Mr. Watson for the remainder of his case?
I'll be representing him for the remainder of his case, Your Honor. We had already filed a notice of appearance and appeared in front of Commissioner Van Wee a while back when he was up at the Yavapai County Jail.
Okay, thank you. All right, so sir, I'm not assigning you counsel. You have your own attorney. Your next court dates are going to be July 8th and July 10th. Those are going to be here in the downtown Superior Court. And for both counsels, understanding that Mr. Watson was transported from ASPC Yuma, he's technically going to be non-bondable. Ms. Stetson, did you want to make a record as to release conditions, as to the current warrant?
The only thing that the state would be asking for is the warrant to be affirmed.
Okay. And Mr. Whittington, would you like to make your record?
Your Honor, I know that he's non-bondable. Thank you for pointing that out. I can't talk today, sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. I was going to ask for a nominal bond so he could start accruing some time if it was necessary, but it doesn't sound like that's an option.
Yeah. Okay, sir. I just want to explain to you, I'm going to be affirming the $1,500 secured appearance bond that was set by the judge on your initial arrest warrant. Sir, because they transported you from DOC, you're technically non-bondable, so please don't try to pay that bond, because even if you try to pay it, they're not going to release you because you're still in the custody of ASPC Yuma. So, sir, once you finish up your case here, they'll transport you back to Yuma to finish out your term.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stetson, anything further?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Whittington, anything further?
Your Honor, the only thing that I would just let the court and the state know is on the Form 4, page 3, the addendum. Mr. Watson is a citizen of the United States. In fact, he's a veteran that was honorably discharged.
Understood. That was not taken into consideration in this case at this point. I imagine that can be fixed at a later time by the prosecuting attorney. Anything further, Mr. Whittington?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Sir, if you want to please step to your left for your paperwork, please keep in touch with your counsel, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Todd Webb to the podium. Parlo Harak Singh to the chair, please.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Name and date of birth, please.
Todd Webb, 10364.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for 2 counts of aggravated assault, Class 4 felony, and simple assault, Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 8th, 9th, and 10th in the downtown Superior Court. Sir, because it's been alleged that you committed this offense while you're on release for your other pending felony charges, you're going to be held non-bondable at this time. Why don't you please step to your left for your paperwork, sir?
Sir, I'll lose my job.
Sir, by law, I have to hold you non-bondable because you committed this offense while on felony release for another offense.
May I say something?
Sir, you can ask a question, but please don't talk about the facts of your case because anything you say or do can be used against you.
A woman can embellish and lie and get a man arrested for something he shouldn't be arrested for.
All right. And so, sir, that's something you got to talk about with your defense counsel. But at this point, I am finding probable cause, and you're gonna be held non-bondable. So this on July 8th, you can talk. There's going to be on July 9th. There's going to be a hearing about whether they're going to continue to hold you non-bondable or not. All right, sir. Please start your left your paperwork. Parlo Haraxing to the podium. Michael Peterson to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
03/13/1971.
What's your name, please?
Parlo Haraxing.
Thank you. Sir, you're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's July 9th in the Downtown Superior Court. At this time, because of the violation of your probation, sir, you're going to be held non-bondable, okay? So the next court date you're going to see the judge on July 9th, all right? All right, thank you. Please start to left your paperwork.
Thank you.
Michael Peterson to the podium. Luis Alcantar to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Michael Peterson, 10/13/93.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 probation violation warrants. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's going to be July 9th for both of those in the Downtown Superior Court. Due to the violations of your probation, sir, you're going to be held non-bondable at this time.
Okay.
You'll see your judge on July 9th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please start to left your paperwork. Luis Alcantar to the podium. Marcus Watkins to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
9104 Luis Alcantar.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause is previously found for aggravated assault, Class 6 felony. This was alleged to have occurred back in August of 2023. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your original judge, it's a $100 secured appearance bond. But sir, please don't try to pay that bond because they transported you from DOC. You're going to finish up your case here first. You're going to be held non-bondable, and then they're going to transport you back to prison to finish your prison term. So please don't try to pay that bond yet. All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Marcus Watkins to the podium. Samuel Racinos to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Marcus Watkins Jr., August 31st, 2000.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on possession of transportation of narcotic drugs for sale, Class 2 felony. This was alleged to have occurred back in January 2024. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's July 9th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the grand jury, it's a $5,000 secured appearance bond. But sir, please don't try to pay that bond. They transported you from prison, and so you're going to finish up your case here first in Maricopa County, and then they're going to transport you back to Yuma when you're done with your case. So if you try to pay that bond, they're not going to let you out. So please don't try to pay that bond yet. All right, sir. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Samuel Racinos to the podium. Grace Lopez to the chair, please. Could I please get appearances starting with the state?
Good evening, Your Honor. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Thank you. Sir, could I have your full name and date of birth?
Samuel Antonio Racinos Jr., 12/18/1993.
Thank you. You're here on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for drive-by shooting, Class 2 felony, aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony, endangerment, Class 6 felony, disorderly conduct with a weapon, Class 6 felony, discharging a firearm in city limits, Class 6 felony, criminal damage, Class 6 felony. I found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the Downtown Superior Court. Ms. Stetson, would you like to make a record regarding Luis conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state is asking for a bond of $100,000. Excuse me. Based on the allegations, the serious allegations of this matter, Your Honor, it's alleged that there was some sort of road rage incident that occurred on I-10. At some point during the incident, the suspect is alleged to have fired a weapon at the victim. Your Honor, it actually did hit the victim's vehicle. The suspect fled. He was located at a gas station. At that time, he had backed his vehicle into the parking spot. Law enforcement believes that's to avoid any detection of his license plate. He is seen on surveillance camera taking things out of his vehicle and putting them in the trash. Also, odd, but he had a tow truck come and attempt to tow his vehicle. However, law enforcement did arrive before the tow truck was able to tow his vehicle away, and law enforcement did have that tow terminated, Your Honor. In his vehicle, law enforcement found a spent cartridge, 2 loaded magazines, a firearm, along with other items. In addition to that, Your Honor, the suspect has already served prison time in the Arizona Department of Correction for a past assault. He's again charged with aggravated assault. In this case, Your Honor, he is a prohibited possessor. The state did read the victim impact statement. The state does believe that the suspect is a danger to the community. The fact that the suspect is alleged to have fired a firearm while driving on a highway is absolutely concerning, and the results could have been much worse, Your Honor. So based on that, based on his criminal history, the state believes that the bond is appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Racinos, did you hear what the prosecutor had to say?
Yes, sir.
And without talking about the facts of your case, do you have a response to what the prosecutor said about what you believe your release condition should be?
No, not right now, not at this moment.
Okay. After hearing from counsel for the state and hearing from the defendant and reviewing the record before me, I'll be making the following orders. This time, I'm setting a cash bond of $100,000. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision with electronic ankle monitoring. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Why don't please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Grace Lopez to the podium. Jordan Dumitru to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Grace Leilani Lopez, March 25th, 1999.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on the following charges: fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony; conspiracy, a Class 2 felony; money laundering, a Class 3 felony; illegally conducting an enterprise, Class 3 felony; assisting a criminal street gang, a Class 3 felony. These offenses were alleged to have occurred back in August of 2022. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be July 9th in the downtown Superior Court. Ma'am, I understand that you are going to have your own attorney. That's fine. You don't have to take the one that we assigned to you. You can replace them with the attorney that you hire, okay? At this time, I'm affirming the bond set by the grand jury. It's a $100,000 cash bond. Ma'am, if you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision with electronic ankle monitoring. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're to have no contact with any co-defendants, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Why don't you step to your left for your paperwork, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jordan Dumitru to the podium. Robert Walton to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jordan Dumitru, 0816-1997.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your first name. Sir, you're here today on a grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on criminal damage, Class 4 felony; burglary, a Class 4 felony; criminal trespass, a Class 5 felony; resisting arrest, Class 1 misdemeanor. These were alleged to have occurred back in June of 2025. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is July 9th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the grand jury, it's a $75,000 cash bond. If you're able to bond out, pretrial services supervision and the electronic ankle monitoring. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Please step to your left for your paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
Robert Walton to the podium. Tina Flores to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Robert Walton, 12/6/89.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated assault, Class 4 felony, criminal damage, Class 6 felony, disorderly conduct, Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $15,000.
I had a question.
Let me finish up first,
Yes,
sir. Sir, if you're able to post bond, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision. You're going to be placed on the electronic ankle monitoring. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If there's any orders of protection that are put out against you, you have to follow those orders. Finally, you may have no contact with the victim whatsoever by any means. You're cautioned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony.
Sir.
Sir, your question?
I was going to see, is there any way that the bond can be a little bit lower? I need to go to work tomorrow, because if I don't make it to work tomorrow, I lose my job and my daughter loses her medical insurance, and I'm the only one that has that for her right now.
Sir, at this time, I'm going to be affirming this bond. The next time you're going to see a judge is going to be on July 8th. At that point, you might be able to talk, your defense attorney might be able to file a motion to have those release conditions changed. But at this point, I'm going to be affirming the bond that I'm setting right now.
Thanks, sir.
Please start your left your paperwork, sir. Tina Flores to the podium. David Carrera to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Tina Marie Flores, 6/28/1986.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court date is July 9th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $5,000.
Okay.
If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Okay.
Thank you. Please start to your left for your paperwork. David Carrera to the podium. Arizona Homburg to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
06/25/91. It's David.
Your full name, please.
David Eduardo Carrera.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court date is July 8th in the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your original judge. It's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Why don't please touch your left for your paperwork, sir. Arizona Homburg to the podium. Jesus Coronado to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Arizona Homburg, 8/11/92.
Thank you. You are here today on an out-of-county warrant. I'm assigning you counsel. Your next court date is going to be July 7th. That's at the Pinal County Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by the judge down there. It's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're just not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Please touch your left for your paperwork, sir. Jesus Coronado to the podium. Timothy Tripp to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jesus Rodemiro Coronado, 10/13/98.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is July 9th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $2,500. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Please touch your left for your paperwork.
What was the court date? Sorry.
July 9th. All right. Thank you, sir. Timothy Tripp to the podium. Ruben Lozano to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Timothy J. Tripp, February 9th, 1976.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you counsel. Your next court date's July 9th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days. Bond, please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Ruben Lozano to the podium. Kenneth Santana to the chair, please. Ruben Lozano. Name and date of birth.
Ruben Lovado, August 10th, 1978.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court date's going to be July 8th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your original judge, it's a $1,500 cash bond. If you're able to bond out, you're going to be on pretrial services supervision. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. But please step to your left for your paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Santana to the podium. Justin Sierra to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Kenneth Santana, September 19th, 1990.
Thank you. You are here today on 3 probation violation warrants. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be July 9th in the Downtown Superior Court for all 3 of your cases. I'm affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. On the first one, it's $250 secured. Second one is $500 secured. Third one is $250 secured, so total $1,000 secured. If you're able to post bond, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must obey any terms of orders of protection. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Justin Sierra to the podium. Dominique Centeno to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Justin Daniel Sierra, February 17, 1986.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you counsel. Your next court date's going to be July 9th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days.
Okay. I have one question.
Sure.
I have a bed that they're holding it till the end of the week. Does that make any difference to anything?
Yeah, unfortunately not. Yeah, because this is a warrant that was signed by a different judge, and so I'm going to be affirming that warrant for now. So let me see, July 9th. You said they're holding the bed until the end of the week?
Yes.
So yeah, sorry. Hopefully they can hold it a little longer because your next court date's not until next week.
I'll try to call them.
All right, thank you, sir. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Dominique Centeno to the podium. Charles Evan Brown to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Dominique Nicole Centeno, 12/15 of 1990.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is July 9th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a cash bond of $1,000. If you're able to post bond, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Mr. Brown to the podium, and then the other Charles Brown to the chair, please. Hi, full name and date of birth, please.
Charles Brown, 9/30/86.
Is your middle name Evan, sir?
Correct.
All right, thank you. You are here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony, aggravated taking the ID of another Class 3 felony, forgery, a Class 4 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm signing you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $1,000. If you're able to post bond, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision with electronic ankle monitoring. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Bond, please tuck to your left for your paperwork, sir. Charles Brown to the podium. Joseph Barnaba to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Charles Edward Brown, 10/2/1968.
Thank you. You are here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for robbery, class 4 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $1,000. If you're able to bond out, you'll be on pretrial services supervision. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Bond, please tuck to your left for your paperwork, sir. I have to call a warrant, please. Joseph Barnaba to the podium. Shay Bryant to the chair, please. Sir, could you please remove your sleeves just for this? Could I have your name and date of birth, please?
Joseph Barnum, 5974.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm signing you an attorney. Your next court date's July 9th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days. Thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Shay Bryant to the podium. Paulette Musket to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Shay Bryant, 12693.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's July 9th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $750 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days.
Okay.
Thank you. Please step to the left for your paperwork.
Come on, you're next. You're up now.
Paulette Musket to the podium. Joseph Swift to the chair, please. Joseph Swift to the chair. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Paulette Musket, 5482.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's July 9th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Swift to the podium. Mikhail Ayala Petty to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Joseph Swift, 10/25/80.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is July 9th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $500. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 24 hours because you're on intensive probation services. Sir, if you want to please step to your left for your paperwork.
Okay.
Thank you. Mikael Ayala Petty to the podium. Ryan White to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Yeah, it's going to be Michael Ayala Petty, 12/02/2005.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your first name.
It's okay.
Sir, you're here on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for discharging a firearm in city limits, a Class 6 felony. Minor in possession of liquor, Class 1 misdemeanor. Criminal damage, Class 1 misdemeanor. I found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the downtown Superior Court.
Okay.
Setting a secured appearance bond of $500.
Okay.
If you're able to post that bond, you're going to be placed on pretrial services supervision, alcohol and drug testing and monitoring, and electronic ankle monitoring. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any witnesses, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Okay. I got a quick question. So my car is still at that scene, or whatever it's called. How do I get that?
You probably won't, unless a family member can get it for you, you won't be able to do anything about it until you're out.
Okay.
So,
So with the bond, how does that work?
So either you got to call family or friends to bond you out, or there's a list of bond companies back in the facility.
Mm-hmm.
So you can call one of them to see if you can work out a deal with one of them to have you bonded out.
Okay.
So it's $500. It's not the full $500. It's a percentage of the $500.
Okay.
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 All right. Thank you. Please
Thanks,
start your left for your paperwork. Ryan White to the podium. Jose Esparza to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Ryan White, 3/19/1985.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $500. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If there's any orders of protection that are put out against you, you have to follow those orders. Most importantly, if it applies to you, you may not reside with the alleged victim, even if you're the owner or renter of the property. You're allowed one civil standby with local law enforcement to collect any essential belongings, and you're cautioned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony.
Thank you.
All right. Finally, please start your left for your paperwork. Jose Esparza to the podium. Anise Corona to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jose Esparza, 3/22/05.
Thank you. You are here today on a justice court warrant. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is July 7th. That's at the East Mesa Justice Court. I'm reducing your bond down to $500 secured. If you're able to post bond, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Okay.
Thank you. Please step to the left for your paperwork. Anise Corona to the podium. Maya Martinez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Anise Corona, 1/18/1987.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is July 9th in the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $100 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post that bond, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Why don't please start your left your paperwork on? Maya Martinez to the podium. Latricia Malone to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
October 1st, 1994. Maya Martinez.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 17th and July 21 in the downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release. Ma'am, you're going to be placed on supervised release, all right?
Okay.
Furthermore, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. You can't go back to where you were arrested. No contact with any victim or witness. You can't possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you understand all these conditions?
Yes.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yes.
Do you promise to appear on July 17th and July 21 in the downtown Superior Court?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand if you don't show up, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes, I understand.
Thank you. Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you to the Supervision Pretrial Services. Ma'am, it's your responsibility to call them during normal business hours tomorrow morning.
Right.
If you fail to call them, you'll end up back here. Do you understand that?
I understand.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Leticia Malone to the podium. Name and date of birth, please.
7/16/77.
Your name, please.
Leticia Malone.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates on your new case are going to be July 17th and July 21st in the downtown Superior Court. You also have a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause was previously found for unlawful use of means of transportation, a Class 5 felony. This was alleged to have occurred back in July of 2023. I'm assigning counsel for that as well. You have the same court dates, July 17th and July 21 in the downtown Superior Court. For both your new cases, upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release. For both your cases, you're going to be placed on supervised release. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're not to return to the scene of the crime, and you're not to have any contact with any victim or witness. Ma'am, do you understand all these conditions?
Yes.
And do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yes.
Do you promise to appear on July 17th and July 21 in the downtown Superior Court?
Yes.
And you understand if you don't show up, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes.
Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you to the Supervision of Pretrial Services. Ma'am, it's your responsibility to call them during normal business hours tomorrow morning.
Okay.
If you fail to call them, you'll end up back here. Do you understand that?
Okay.
All right,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. Please step to your paperwork. Could I please get both Telus 4 Lovado and Ebony Johnson to the podium, please? Otin Tabwana to the chair, please.
How you doing?
Hi, could I please get appearances starting with the state? Ms. Stetson, you're muted. Ms. Stetson, can you hear us? Can you message her, please?
Yeah.
While we try to contact counsel for the state, I'll be calling one warrant, please.
So do we step out?
You can go ahead. You can stay there. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, I think I'm up and running again.
Okay. Okay, we're back on the record on numbers 11 and 12, Lovado and Johnson. Could I please get appearances starting with the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Thank you. Could I, Mr. Lovado, could I please have your full name and date of birth?
Telus 4 Lovato, 5199.
Ms. Johnson, could I please have your full name and date of birth?
Biddy Johnson, 8/17/98.
Thank you. Both of you are here on Superior Court new cases. Both of you have been arrested for 2 counts of animal cruelty, Class 6 felonies, and 2 counts of animal cruelty, Class 1 misdemeanors. I have found probable cause. I am assigning counsel to both of you. Your next court dates are going to be July 17th and July 21 in the downtown Superior Court. Ms. Stetson, would you like to make your record regarding release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is asking for $15,000 secured for both suspects. Your Honor, the allegations in this case are that the suspects brought their 2 golden doodles to the vet The vet noticed that the dogs were both extremely emaciated and unable to walk on their own. The average golden doodle weighs approximately 30 kilograms. One of the dogs weighed approximately 7.7 kilograms, and the other dog weighed 9.6 kilograms. Nala, the dog that weighed 7.7 kilograms, unfortunately passed away at the veterinarian hospital due to starvation. A necropsy test was performed, and that's how the starvation diagnosis was discovered or diagnosed. Your Honor, the vet also stated that the other dog was severely emaciated with severe muscle wasting and no discernible fat, Your Honor. The suspects said that they had been homeless and they would only feed their dogs when they could afford it. So based on the allegations, Your Honor, the state is asking for $15,000 secured on both suspects, with also the condition that they not have or be in control of any animals. Obviously, Your Honor, this is quite concerning. There are reputable services within the county that could have assisted the suspects in feeding their dogs or surrendering their dogs. But unfortunately, one dog died due to starvation, and the other one is extremely emaciated due to the suspect's behaviors. Thank you.
Mr. Lovado, did you hear what the prosecutor had to say?
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson, did you hear what the prosecutor had to say? Starting with Mr. Lovado, without talking about the facts of the case, do you have something to say about what you believe your release conditions should be?
Our dogs were loved. We loved them with all our heart, and we made sure that they were loved and they seen that we loved them. And
sir,
I just think that just if we're able to get a lower bond, and we'll do what we have to do and get done what we have to get done, for sure.
Ms. Johnson, without talking about the facts of the case, do you have a statement to make regarding what you believe your release conditions should be?
I'm not sure.
Ms. Stetson, I want to confirm with you that neither defendant has any prior felony convictions and neither defendant has any prior failure to appears. Is that correct?
From what the state could find, Your Honor, that does appear to be correct. Your Honor, the state did not have the opportunity or the capabilities right now to run a full criminal history. Oh, no, Your Honor, it does appear that Mr. Lovado may have a misdemeanor conviction. The state is not sure what that is, but Ms. Johnson, based on the information that the state was able to gain, does not have criminal history. Again, Your Honor, the state doesn't have the capabilities right now to run a full background check to see if there's any out-of-state history.
Thank you. As to Mr. Lovado, his misdemeanor conviction is for driving on a suspended license. After hearing from counsel for the state and after hearing from both the defendants and in reviewing the record before me, I'll be making the following orders. I'll be releasing the two of you today, but there's going to be a fair number of conditions to that release. Both of you will be placed on supervised release. Both of you are going to be alcohol and drug tested and monitored. Both of you are going to be fitted with an electronic ankle monitor. You may not have contact with one another. Do you live with each other?
We do.
Okay, so I'm going to give you 10 seconds right now. You cannot live with each other for the remainder of the case. I'll give you 10 seconds to discuss who's going to leave. So I need 10 seconds starting from now.
You want to go with your mom?
I can go with my mom.
Yeah, she's going to go with her mom.
Okay,
And I'll stay at the residence.
okay. So that is gonna, all right, I'm gonna be adding that to Ms. Johnson's order.
I had one question.
Let me finish up first, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson, you'll be residing with your mother?
Yes.
Okay. So as to both of you, you may not have contact with each other for the duration of this case. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You may not own, care for, or contact any animals for the duration of this case as well. Sir, did you have a question for me?
I was just gonna ask, do you know how long the duration would be?
That depends on how long this case goes for.
Okay, depends on next court date.
It depends on how long this case lasts. Until another judge says that you can have contact with one another, until another judge says you can own, care for, or contact animals, my orders are going to stand.
Okay.
Mr. Lovado, do you understand the conditions that I've laid out before you?
Yes, sir.
And do you promise to follow those orders?
I promise.
Ms. Johnson, do you understand the conditions I've laid out before you?
Yes, I do.
And do you promise to follow those orders?
Yes.
As to both of you, do you promise to appear on July 17th and July 21st in the downtown Superior Court? Mr. Lovato?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I do.
And do both of you understand if you fail to show up, a warrant will issue for arrest? Mr. Lovato?
Yeah.
Ms.
Yes.
Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you, both of you, to the supervision pretrial services. It is your responsibility to call pretrial services during normal business hours tomorrow once you are released. If you fail to call them, you could end up back here. Mr. Lovato, do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson, do you understand that?
Yes.
And pretrial services, do I contact the court to get
No, their information is going to be in an envelope that they hand to you, so make sure to contact pretrial services. All their information is going to be in that envelope. Contact them starting after 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lovato, please step to your left. Ms. Johnson, please wait. You have new paperwork.
Setting aside a previous conviction,
Can the state be excused?
Oh, yes, Ms. Stetson, you may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, you can step to your left.
Thank you.
Otin Tabuana, to the podium, please. And hi, is the French interpreter on the line?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be speaking to the defendant now. Could I please have your full name and date of birth?
Bonjour, je serai votre interprète en français. Pouvez-vous me donner votre nom complet et date de naissance, s'il vous plaît?
Je suis né le 15 mars 1972. Mon nom c'est Tabuana Pare.
My name is Tabuana Pare. I was born on March 15, 1972.
Are you also known as Otin Ferra Tabuana?
Est-ce que vous êtes aussi connu sous le nom de Otin Ferro Tabuana?
Yeah, c'est Otin Pare Tabuana.
Otin Pare Tabuana.
Thank you. You are here on a failure to appear warrant.
Ok, merci. Donc, vous êtes là parce que vous n'avez pas apparu à un arrêt.
Yes.
I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney.
Je ne vous donne pas un nouvel avocat. Vous allez repartir sur votre avocat original.
Your next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the downtown Superior Court.
Donc, votre date à la cour sera le 8 juillet et aussi le 10 juillet à la cour supérieure du centre-ville, c'est-à-dire downtown.
Your judge has set a bond of $500.
Votre juge a mis une caution de $500.
If you are able to pay that bond and are released, you will be put on supervised release.
Si vous êtes à mesure de payer cette caution et être libéré, vous serez sous liberté supervisée.
Furthermore, if you are released, you are not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
En plus de cela, si vous êtes libéré, vous n'avez pas le droit de posséder une arme, des drogues ou de l'alcool.
Thank you. Please go to your left for your paperwork.
Merci. Allez-y à gauche pour vos papiers.
Ok, je les remercie pour me les remercier.
I would like to thank you. Please help me to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
Thank you. Would that be all for the interpreter?
Yes, merci beaucoup.
Je vous en prie. Thank you for using our services. Have a good day.
Number 7 is disruptive, and the other one is now.
Thank you. For the final two individuals, I'll be visiting back at their cell. They pose a risk of harm to themselves or to others. Pete Allen Valenzuela, date of birth 3/14/85, is here on a Superior Court arrest warrant and a municipal court warrant. As to his arrest warrant, probable cause is previously found for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, alleged to have occurred back in July 2022. I'm assigning counsel. His next court dates are July 8th and July 10th in the Downtown Superior Court, affirming the bond set by his judge, $2,000 cash bond. If he's able to post bond, pretrial services supervision, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. As to his municipal court warrant, I am assigning counsel. His next court dates July 9th at the Goodyear City Court, setting cash bond $300. If he's able to post bond, not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Luis Nava, date of birth 12/11/1986, here on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning counsel. His next court dates July 9th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting secured appearance bond. I'm affirming secured appearance bond $500. If he's able to post bond, he's not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Must contact his probation officer within 3 days. After visiting these individuals back at their cell, if I have to make any changes to these release conditions, I'll come back on the record to make those changes. This concludes the 11 p.m. calendar.